All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I think we'll get started. I'll officially call the executive. Oh, hold on, I'm hearing an echo here. There we go. All right, so let's try this again. I will officially call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee public hearing meeting for Thursday, January 26, 2023 to order. We have 4 nominees on today's agenda, but before we get started, are there any comments from my co-chair? Seeing none. All right, so let's get started. First item on the agenda is the reconfirmation or reappointment of Commissioner Andrew Mace, Commissioner of Insurance. Good morning, Commissioner. Before you get started, if you can just raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, sir, the floor is yours.
Oh, sorry. This is why I have a comms guy who can tell me when I'm. I want to thank Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Kelly, Representative Iaccarino, the members of the committee, everyone here today. My name is Andrew Mays, and I have had the pleasure of serving as a 33rd Insurance Commissioner for the great state of Connecticut. For those who may not know, the core mission of the Connecticut Insurance Department is consumer protection. That is the foundation of all we do. The department is responsible for protecting those who purchase insurance products and services in Connecticut and those who make insurance claims. It fulfills its responsibilities, among other things, by assisting insurance consumers through its investigation of complaints and by providing consumer outreach and education. We monitor the financial solvency and stability of insurance companies. We review coverages and policy language to make certain that carriers meet all the state laws and regulations before they can market an insurance product in Connecticut. We review rate proposals from insurance companies to ensure they are actuarially justified and are not excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminatory. We oversee company and producer business practices, generally through reviews known as market conduct examinations, to ensure compliance, and we require remediation, and we impose fines on violators when appropriate. We license companies and individuals such as agents, brokers, adjusters, and bail bondsmen. Connecticut remains the insurance capital, as I say, of the known universe. We've got more than 1,300 companies licensed and authorized to transact business here. And of that total, 111 such companies are domiciled here. Today, Connecticut's insurance industry continues to be a very important economic driver to our local economy and nationally. We rank nationally as #1 in US insurance employment as a percentage of total employment. We are #1 in US insurance gross state product as a percent of the gross state product. We're ranked #1 in insurance payroll as a percent of total payroll, and #3 in US direct written premiums. And this is important when we look at the size and the scale of the insurance industry. The insurance industry in the US is an $8 trillion industry, roughly. We provide now financial services in general is about 7.4% of the gross national product, where insurance all by itself is 3.1%. And we are regulated, this industry is regulated primarily at the state level. We have 1,400 actuaries working in the state, the highest concentration of actuaries in the United States. We actually have some here from the department. If you would like to speak to an actuary, if you've never done that, it's a fascinating conversation. And it's important to note that each new job in the insurance industry will add 2.5 jobs to the Connecticut economy, either directly or indirectly. The department's most visible public service lies in its intervention, advocacy, and consumer education efforts. Through our efforts, through our intervention, we've returned more than $5.8 million to Connecticut's insurance consumers in fiscal year 21 to 22. And resolving these consumer complaints entails individual assistance and advocacy, most often by the department's Consumer Affairs Division. During that fiscal year 21-22, Consumer Affairs responded to 5,631 formal complaints and inquiries, handled more than 1,200 phone calls, and provided consumer education through distribution of more than 32 informational pamphlets and booklets. And one of the important things about the Consumer Affairs Division is it also serves as a kind of early warning. A trend in complaints can trigger further investigation by our Market Conduct Division, many times resulting in remediation, orders, penalties, and fines. In the fiscal year just ended, we conducted 56 market conduct examination and collected more than $1.7 million in fines. We have a fraud and investigations unit which investigates complaints, and it levied 3 fines totaling $20,500 and revoked 10 licenses. And in addition, the unit assessed about $100,000 in penalties on surplus lines brokers. We licensed approximately 300,000 industry professionals in the state, brokers, agents, adjusters, bail bondsmen, and we maintain educational standards for the individuals we license. But as I mentioned, insurance is a national, indeed an international product that's regulated at this level. And being important, making sure Connecticut remains important also means Connecticut's voice has to be heard both nationally and internationally. On the national front, I serve as the current president-elect and have served on the executive committee of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners since 2021. That is the organization which brings together the 56 chief state insurance regulators of 50 states, a district, and the 5 territories. Areas of focus in my membership include international relations, property and casualty, and financial regulation standards. I'm quite proud to act as the co-chair of the NAIC's Special Executive Committee on Race and Insurance, charged with conducting research and analyzing issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion within the insurance sector. On the international front, I also serve on the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, macroprudential, and executive committees, and on their Insurance Capital Standards Task Force. Now, the IIS, it's kind of like the UN with 190-something different countries represented. It is the international standard setting body, and it is important that we maintain a strong presence there, because part of what allows the companies in Connecticut to prosper is the ability to enter new markets. We want to make sure there is a level playing field, and we have to make sure that the standards that are promulgated internationally do not negatively affect the need for products. And these standards can affect availability, affordability, and the quality of insurance products in the U.S. market. And with that, thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I appreciate the opportunity afforded to me by the governor and the lieutenant governor, this committee 4 years ago, and the legislature. I'm grateful to be able to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and congratulations on your renomination. I have a few questions before opening it up to the rest of the committee. I'll start with something you mentioned towards the end, because I think it's an important title that you have as kind of the incoming president of the national organization. Could you expand a little bit on what your role is and what you see coming back to the state of Connecticut?
My role, well, let's just step back a little bit. As I mentioned, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, it's a member-driven organization. It's instrumentality of the states. It is owned and it serves to the purposes of the 56 members, the 50 chief insurance regulators of each state, and the 6 territories. And it is particularly important because of McCarran-Ferguson. Nowhere else are you going to find an industry, and certainly not an industry of this size, that is primarily and almost totally regulated at the state level. What does this mean for Connecticut? What does this mean for me, and why did I do it? Well, 2 reasons. One is a basic question of consumer protection. We need to make sure that what we think is important for Connecticut consumers is heard, and that information is conveyed nationally. And you've seen we've done that in a number of different areas. There's also the question, and I'll go back to the question of jobs. You know, Connecticut is the capital of insurance, but we don't stay that way, or we won't stay that way if we just sit back and do nothing. This is a rapidly evolving field. We've seen the changes that have been wrought by technology, and we have to be at the forefront of that. We have to have the visibility. And as the leader, it does give me a certain credibility. As a leader of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, I have the credibility to go talk to various insurance companies and suggest that perhaps Connecticut would be a great place to do business or to expand.
I appreciate those comments, and it leads into my second question, which is a little strange asking a commissioner of insurance about marketing, but it's important, right? As you know, using your words, we are still the insurance capital of the world, regardless of what Des Moines wants to say. So I guess my question is, you know, what's the role that your department working with, say, another department like DECD to really push that narrative that we are still the insurance capital of the world? It's not the sexiest moniker in the world, but it's ours, and we should own it. And you know, anything that we can do to push that narrative, I think it's critical.
Now, marketing to me also ties into consumer protection, because part of consumer protection is making sure that there is a strong market available to consumers, there is competition, and that the jobs are there to support this. Marketing is not, I mean, we are regulators first and foremost, so we will never do anything that conflicts with that. But certainly sharing the story, the Connecticut story, and we have a great one here in insurance, as everybody in the industry will tell you. That's part of my job. And we've worked certainly with DECD. DECD has been a great partner on this over the 4 years that I've been here. We've worked with organizations like the Metro Hartford Alliance. You know, we've worked wherever we can. In Stanford, there's so many places where we've worked with a local organization, so that those who are considering entering either the US in general or moving staff, they understand what we have to offer. They understand the depth of our staff. They understand the fact that we treat everyone as stakeholders and we work with everyone. I think that's particularly important as we look at the changes within the industry. As I've mentioned, technological changes have been a big driver for the changes in the industry, a big driver for innovation. And what we call InsurTech, the InsurTech companies, have been on the cutting edge of that. And certainly here in Hartford, and working with Metro Hartford, that's been a singular achievement. We've got an InsurTech cluster that's second to none, that attracts companies not just from across this country, but from all over the world. And that is one of the reasons that I signed the US, UK, and well, not US, sorry, not just us, Connecticut, UK InsurTech corridor with Her Majesty's, then Her Majesty's, now His Majesty's government, to ensure that our companies are able to enter the UK market or expand in that market quickly. And on the flip side, that their companies know that there is a welcome here for them if they want to create jobs, if they want to put their companies down, put roots down. Here in Connecticut is a great place to do it.
That's great. And just my last question for the moment is just staffing levels. You know, we've seen a lot of attrition throughout the state, different departments. How's your department doing? And you know, is there a plan to replenish?
There is a need to replenish, clearly. We were severely hit in some areas by the retirements last year. And I do have to say, We've done and by we, I include our partners at DAS and others who've done a tremendous job in trying to fill the gaps. These are difficult jobs. We can't pay anywhere near as much as industry does. Industry provides flexibility, and industry also at this point is at worst, they're up at the same level with us when it comes to with regards to the benefits. So we really have to sell the state as a place to work, which means we have to sell the mission. And I think as I look over here, my newest hire, Jane Callahan, who was our new general counsel, she came to us from industry. She was with the Hartford for a number of years, or a very long time. She's much, I'm trying to get out of trouble here. I don't mean to imply that she's been there forever, but she was with the Hartford. She was with a number of white shoe law firms, and she chose to come work with us because, like so many other people here at the department, these are the best you're going to find in the field. But they want to do something more than just bring home a paycheck. Now, that being said, our staffing levels have dropped over the course of certainly prior to my joining the department, we were down significantly. We have been working to rebuild the department, and we had a consultant in to look at what we need to do, to look at our staffing levels. They concluded that we were understaffed, and we are attempting to fix that. We are also working on using the same technology that companies use, AI, machine learning, working with OPM and DAS. We're going to be using robotic process automation. So the people who are there at the department are able to do the highest level work possible. They don't have to they don't have to read a 700-page application when an AI system can do that and tell them where the mistakes are. So that's also going to free up some of the people that we need, some of the resources that we need. But I would be remiss if I didn't tell you that I do think we need to do some hiring, and it's going to be some of the most competitive hiring, people like data scientists, for instance, that we will have to do.
Well, Commissioner, congratulations again on your nomination. I might have another question or two afterwards, but I'll open it up for questions from the committee, starting with Co-Chairman Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. How are you?
Thank you, sir. Great to be here.
Good to see you, and congratulations on your appointment again. And thanks for all your good work over the last 4 years that you've run the department. Talking a little bit about, first, and then secondly, congratulations on the NAIC work that you've been doing and being named president. I think that's important for Connecticut. That certainly helps to further solidify the fact that Connecticut is the insurance capital of the world. And while it's probably not a lifetime appointment, maybe just 1 year, but it still puts us on the mark. And I think that's important. A couple things. One is, can you talk a little bit about, we were just talking about staffing in your department and trying to rebuild, but where is technology being utilized, I guess, one, in your department to help mitigate some of the losses of personnel, and two, what are you seeing kind of in general in the department of kind of some of the needs that you might have going forward?
Technology, as I mentioned, is a big driver in innovation for insurance companies. The insurance companies are a tremendous repository of information. They use that information, and they use it for the most part well. We, in order to regulate them, need to understand what they're doing, and we need to be able to respond quickly. That's part of what the companies are looking for, that speed to market as well, which means that there are changes, or there are necessary changes in the way the department is structured. An insurance department from 10 years ago is not the same insurance department that it is today. Again, the use of machine learning technologies, for instance, the use of models, generalized and other linear models, that we would not have seen 10 years or 20 years ago. That is what is driving the way insurance companies operate. And if we are to protect consumers, we as regulators need to be able to understand what's inside what could well be a black box. We simply cannot, and I certainly will not tolerate a black box that spits out an answer, but a consumer doesn't know why. That's not the way we function, which means that we have to have a certain level of talent. Part of what this makes this industry or the department great part of the recognition within this industry is that this is a department that has a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge. We need to make sure we keep that in-house. You know, we could always go hire consultants to do stuff because the consultants are there and, you know, they're more expensive than our in-house people. So and we lose that knowledge once that job is done. So we're looking forward to building the new workforce, where we've looked at the workforce that we had, and we looked at the changes that we need to make, the changes that we have to make to be responsive. There are different skill sets required. We may not need quite as many actuaries as we did. We still need the actuaries, but perhaps not as many now that we're bringing in data scientists. And that's what we've started. We've already hired one data scientist who's working with the actuaries, who's being cross-trained. And that's what we're going to do, or what we have been doing and will continue doing throughout the department. We have to make sure that the skill set we have within the department matches the needs of the industry and the needs of consumers for us as regulators to operate effectively both now and in the near future.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate that. And I think it's important for that to continue to happen and for your vision to move forward on that, because you look at Hartford now, kind of post-COVID or post-pandemic at this point, and it's probably not post-COVID, but post-pandemic. And I don't know that all the employees are back yet from the insurance companies. There's probably still a lot of people working from home and maybe multiple days a week. And I don't want to step on Representative Concepcion's district here, but just from just an observation, it seems like, you know, that we need to have more feet on the street here in Hartford, and those, you know, more folks back in the office. And I think some of that is incumbent upon the work that you're trying to do as well, so that we don't miss opportunities where you know, things are remote. We want to continue to make sure that Connecticut and the city of Hartford are the capitals for insurance. And I think the work that you're trying to do and you've articulated is very important, because I don't know that other states have quite the expertise that our department has, or certainly doesn't have the commissioner that we have as well. And it's important for us to continue that synergy between the department and the companies, growing jobs, still being a watchdog, still doing the oversight that you need to do, but making sure that we have that role there, that we encourage job growth, and we encourage growth in the industry. Because as you said, the insurance companies today are different than the insurance companies of 10, 20 years ago. And we need to make sure that we are changing and evolving as a state government, as well as much as the market is at the same time. So I appreciate all your answers. I'll stop there so other members can ask questions as well. And again, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Senator Looney, followed by Senator Martin and Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. Congratulations on your nomination. Presidency of the vaccine. I speak very well. You have our state to have you in that business. I want to commend you for what you've shown in your first 4-year term. I think that a strong commitment to healing advocates as some of you a promoter of the industry's economic development. I think that's a breath of fresh air. Frankly, I think some fire commissioners appointed by governors of both parties saw themselves primarily as agents of industry, pretty much exclusive, and the political investment. Times we saw that language bill. Thanks. So suggested language on bills would be purportedly coming from the department, but it was actually drawn by the industry. And we found out later on identical industry had been suggested by the industry, and then came over under the cover of an agency position. So I think that has not happened under your administration to the extent that it had previously. So to that extent, I'd just like to ask you again to address how do you maintain the balance between
being an advocate for an industry that does provide a large number of employment in the state, is a national leader. It's part of Connecticut's brand. But at the same time, to protect against having that industry be abusive of consumers, especially in the health insurance aspect, that policies regarding coverage, regarding prices, regarding other things that are critical to patients and consumers. Obviously, to some extent, that pits the industry against the interests of Connecticut residents who may not be employees of the insurance industry. So your thoughts on that process?
Thank you, Senator. Done right, there should not be a conflict between economic development and consumer protection. As I mentioned at the start, consumer protection is our charge. Everything else is secondary. That's the most important thing we have to do. Now, as you go forward, as you talk to industry, certainly anybody who's heard me talk to industry, or to any, I give the same speech to everybody, so that way I don't have to, nobody can say I said one thing to one group and something else somewhere. But when you get right down to it, insurance is a business of trust. That's all it is. I am going to give you money today. So if I get sick tomorrow, or if I get in an accident next week, or God forbid, if I die 50 years from now, I know I'm going to get paid. And I am going to trust that the charge that you are providing, you are giving me a fair price for the coverage that I have, and that you will be there to cover it. Market conduct and solvency, you will have the willingness to pay and the ability to pay. And that's what I look at as our primary, our primary focus here at the department. There are going to be differences, and my friends in industry who may or may not be here will tell you, I've always said I may not agree with what you have to say. I'm not necessarily going to agree with what you ask. I will listen to you. But my job here is to do, and this is where I go back to that North Star, to do what's best for consumers. And it is not, you're absolutely right. It's not always easy. And there are times when it can be incredibly frustrating because there are things you want to do, but you simply don't have the authority to do it. I believe in operating within the law with the power granted to me. But I will also tell you that consistent with the authority granted to me under the state, I have, and I will continue to do everything that I can to protect consumers. No insurance company is going to survive if it's going to rip off consumers. And, it's my job to make sure they don't, bottom line.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. That's important. You mentioned the large number of employees of the industry in Connecticut. I wonder if are you aware of the a breakdown of that? How many of the people employed in the industry in Connecticut are employed by health insurers as opposed to accident, life, and property casualty?
Senator, I don't have that information available to me off the top, but I can get that. My staff will get it over to you if you would like that. Yes,
I'd very much like to see that, see how that breaks down in terms of which parts of the insurance industry have the highest levels of employment in the state. The other thing I think it is difficult. We constantly hear from the insurance companies. This is I think most of our battles here with insurance are related to health insurance questions, not so much in the other areas of insurance. Although there has been and continues to be concern sometimes about redlining of insurance policies and how much more expensive it is to insure a car in an inner city area as opposed to a suburban area and things of that nature. So there are other issues of equity. But I think the things that concern the people most and are the most urgent are matters related to their health. And we know that the industry is always trying to fight off additional mandates for coverage. And at the same time, those mandates are essential in many cases for people who are suffering the illnesses that the industry doesn't want to cover. And that's I think it's our responsibility as legislators to advocate for our constituents in that area. But it seems to me that I would urge your department. I know you're vigilant in all areas, but to pay particular attention to health insurance regulation, because that's where I think the most conflicts occur, the most contention occurs, and the most, frankly, anti-consumer, anti-patient activities occur. It seems to me to some extent that it's kind of like a game of whack-a-mole, that we intercept one practice that we consider to be anti-consumer and block it by statute, but then something else pops up that's related to that, and a variant on that that's not covered by the statute that we have to address again. So would urge your continued vigilance on that front. Again, one other thing I just to like to ask you about is, and I know you've got a very strong commitment to consumers, and yet very sensitive to the needs of a significant industry. One of the things that we have looked at for a couple of years, and there's a couple of bills in again this year about the rate approval structure of the department when an insurer is coming before the department for a rate increase. And one of the bills this year, as opposed and also in prior years, is to include the factor of affordability as a criteria in terms of evaluating rate review, in addition to the other criteria that are already in statute. So your view on that, if you'd be able to share it with us.
Well, Senator, I can't comment on any specific
Right,
bill
right.
that's coming forward. I will tell you, in general, affordability is certainly to actuaries a nebulous concept. You know, what we need to do is and this is why we had a full day hearing here last year, and we're having one in the next couple of weeks. We have to make sure that the cost structure and is held down as much as possible, and that the skyrocketing growth in healthcare costs that are reflected in those premiums are addressed. I think I was just reading the Wall Street Journal yesterday. I had a quick glance at a story, and that was in Brazil. Somebody had an illness, and they had that was a second child for this person. And there was a drug that was available. It's paid for by the government. It was a $1.5 million drug. And the government said no. The person stepped into the courts, and the court said yes. These are the issues that we have to look at as we look at insurance. We have to be able to address the underlying costs, as well as we have to be able to align the incentives. What we have now is a system that developed since the employer-based system was a system that developed since World War II. And we've seen changes along the way. We've certainly seen Medicare, we've seen Medicaid, we've seen the Affordable Care Act, all attempts to address the flaws in the system. We know there are flaws in the system. This is not economically, it's an imperfect market. It is a system where there is so much information asymmetry. I'm going in to get something done. I may not necessarily know who does it best and who charges what for it. There is so much that is missing that we are working on at a systemic level. And that's part of what we've been doing with people like Commissioner Gifford, Commissioner Jitani, with Johnny Dock from the governor's office, with OPM over the past few years. We've been meeting once a week, looking at the cost growth drivers and how we can address them. One of those issues clearly that we see here in Connecticut is the fact that we have a significantly higher percentage of spending on secondary and tertiary levels of care as opposed to primary care. We need the best systems have higher spending on primary care. How do we incent that? Cost growth. If you are going to be able to put up a new building on every block, that may be good in a certain sense, but it doesn't necessarily help to hold down costs when somewhere that's less affluent may not be able to get the services they need. And I'm saying all this because on a personal level, this is important to me. Healthcare is it should be a right, not a privilege for the few. It should be affordable to everyone. We want to make sure that as many people as possible have access to healthcare. And part of making that happen means certainly to me, means addressing the root causes of the inequity that we've seen. And if you look back on COVID, you've seen some of those inequities that were clear as a result of the way the system is currently structured. And we hold the companies accountable. We need to hold the companies accountable. One of the things with the cost growth benchmark going forward is that we can use that and we can say, These are the numbers that we see. Why are you paying X hospital or X hospital group so much more than the cost growth increase indicators say you should? We can start doing that. Affordability, that to me is how we get to affordability. We make sure that we have the most efficient system possible that's available to as many people as possible. And that's what I'm going to do, certainly working with my colleagues in the governor's office and working with the legislature. It is my commitment. It's one of the reasons I'm here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, there are times, perhaps rare times, but where the interests of part of the insurance industry coincide with the interests of the consumer. I remember when I was in law school, a law professor pointed out that Connecticut law, trust and estates, that proceeds of a life insurance policy pass directly to the beneficiary without going through the estate, so they're not taxable as a probate asset. And that's not true in other states. In some states, those assets do become part of the taxable probate estate. And he pointed out that was due to the strong lobbying of the insurance industry, the life insurance industry in Connecticut. So that was one case, I think a rare case, where the interests of the industry accorded with the interests of consumers to promote the selling of more life insurance policy as a tax-free asset to the beneficiaries. But certainly on the health insurance side, it doesn't often work that way. And protection of the insurance industry on the health side usually is to the detriment of the consumer on that side. So, but I appreciate your vigilance in this, Commissioner. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Martin, followed by Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Commissioner,
Thank you.
on your nomination. I just want to continue the conversation a little bit regarding the affordability of the healthcare costs. So, I hear from my constituents, the healthcare costs are off the charts. They double digits almost on an annual basis regarding, the services that are being provided or prescription drugs. What's driving these costs first? And second is, what is your department's role in maintaining those affordable rates? I know you talked about addressing that system here, but can you just speak to those two questions, I guess?
Yeah, I think, as I mentioned to Senator Looney, this is an issue that needs to be dealt with holistically. Well, if you look at the drivers of the costs, for instance, and we had that whole hearing last year where we had various representatives of each sector, the providers, we had hospitals, we had nursing, we had everybody here in addition to the insurers. And there are different reasons for the rise in healthcare costs. If you want to look at the single fastest growing item, it's pharmaceutical costs. And, frankly, certainly, and this is just my personal opinion, I can actually see when you've got one of those brand new drugs that are miracle drugs and it costs so much to develop, and it's basically sui generis. They did it's
$1.5 million.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it's may not be what I would want to charge, but I can almost see that. But when you look at something like insulin that's been around for 80, 90 years, what is the reason for an ongoing price increase in the cost of insulin beyond beyond inflation? And we've seen that, and an awful lot of that has been the result of different ownership structures.
And what was the answer to the question
Which
when you asked that? What is driving that cost? Why have those costs not come down?
it's not an answer that you are going to get directly from the pharmaceutical manufacturers or from the distributors. Part of the issue is that this is a free market, and unless we as regulators, as legislators, unless there is a way to say this is close to a public utility, it's very difficult to tell the companies that they should charge less than they can get away with. So that's the free market. That's the downside of that. We keep hoping. Amazon just announced their prescription pharmacy, for instance, where $5 you will get you a variety of generics, as many for each $5 a month. That's one way of doing it. Mark Cuban, the Dallas Mavericks owner, he's also got his own pharmaceutical company that aims to provide low-cost pharmaceuticals. It's a difficult issue to address because it is like that Hydra. And that's, again, going back to that whole cost growth issue. We have to pull everything together. We have to be able, and OHS will be the one working on this, providing that information, saying these are the costs, these are where the costs are growing. You justify that to us. You know, as an insurance department, that's not what we do. As an insurance department, we regulate the insurance companies, and we need to make sure that, you know, what they're paying, again, it's actuarially sound. It's not excessive, unfairly discriminatory, or inadequate, but that is our charge as an insurance regulator. But the system, you know, we're working, and certainly under this administration over the past few years, we've been working to find changes to the system as much as we can.
So I guess simply it comes down to the providers in one way or form, whether it's prescription drugs, the manufacturers, or the hospitals that are driving all these costs.
Yeah, the costs are being driven. I'm not necessarily sure, I would say, because you got to have a willing buyer and a willing seller. And we as consumers have a responsibility as well. You know, we as consumers have to look at what we're getting, and if the information, and again, this is presuming the information is available to us, we have to decide if cost is important to us, or if being able to go to every provider there is important. If you look on the state, the plan available to us as state employees, they did a tremendous amount of work with creating, and by they, the controller's office, creating a narrower network. They looked at value. And they looked at, you know, so it's the cost, the outcomes, looking at the value. That means that you can't go to every doctor you want. That means that you can't go to every hospital that you want. You know, this is a small state. You can still get all the service you need. Yeah, the take up on that has been relatively small. I speak to business groups all the time. I say, you know, that's one of the ways that we can lower the cost of health insurance. The controller's plan gives you about a 20% reduction in premium. And I say this anecdotally, that's what I've been told. We don't have oversight over that plan, but with that narrower network, what if we could do that to everyone? But that's also a consumer issue. We've had insurance companies that have tried to come into the state, that have tried to create what I'd call a gatekeeper network to guide people. And they've left because they haven't been able to make money. So I'm just hesitant to blame any particular area, because it is a problem that we all have to get to. And we're all a part of the problem. We all have to get together to solve it.
Sure, I'll move on. Thank you. Regarding crumbling foundations and the monthly, not monthly, but the annual fee, I believe it's $11.
Yes, 11 or 12.
I think there's a report that may have come out last week, or it's about to come out, regarding, gee, what's the future of the status of, you know, what foundations still maybe need to be identified, or maybe they have identified maybe most of the properties that are affected by this. When can the consumers expect that $11 to be removed from their annual fee?
I wish I could answer that. I simply can't. You know, so long as a problem remains, there has to be a way to address it. And we started off in the state by bonding, you know, just a straight bonding, where the taxpayers paid for it. You know, what we've tried to do here, when, you know, by we, I mean, in general, the administration, the legislature, is to share the burden. I've been to too many places, spoken to too many people who poured all their money into their homes, only to find out their home was worth pretty much nothing because of something that was not their fault. And, you know, I think, and this is my view, we have a personal, you know, we are our brother's keepers. And this is a way to make sure that people who have houses or condos, people that have been subject to this tragedy, are able to get back on their feet, are able to have a home, to have the equity in that home that they can pass on to future generations. As soon as we don't need it anymore, I would be thrilled to get rid of it. And, the captive has done a tremendous amount of work in identifying the properties and trying to identify, so has UConn, by the way, not us, trying to identify the least expensive ways to deal with it. But we have to deal with it. And, this is the way we have to deal with it for now. I feel better knowing that we're all, certainly that I'm sharing in the burden.
I was probably the one sole vote for no to that program. Basically not because, you use the term our brother's keepers, which is, yes, I understood that, we as a society or as a state, probably we should have, or we should help those have that type of catastrophe in their lives, right? Because that's most of everybody's nest egg is in their homes. And being a real estate broker, I also understand the values of homes and particularly, well, what it can do to a region. But the reason why I said no was because I felt that the insurance industry and the banking industry didn't step to the plate. All I saw was that it was the consumers who were picking up the tab on this with this $11 annual fee. And so it's still, it's still within the back of my mind, where was the responsibility of the insurance companies to step up to the plate on this matter, and I didn't see it. But regarding that $11, are you going to need us as legislative body to tell you to remove that $11? Or is that something in your purview that you're able to say, okay, we don't need this anymore?
I would have to check with my general counsel on that one. I don't want to give you an answer that I'm not absolutely sure of. So let me get back to you if I could,
Okay.
Senator.
Great, thank you.
Please. George, when is the sunset? Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Rutigliano. Close enough? Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Again.
And as everybody else has said, congratulations on your appointment and also NAIC appointment. It's nothing to squawk at. It's pretty big. It's national, so congratulations. We've talked about quite a few things here, and I think one of my favorite departments is Department of Insurance. I love talking to you guys, but it's because look at, they're laughing over there because they know. So I have a few questions. We spoke about the rate review and adding affordability into it. And I don't think that's a bad idea. My question for you is, though, the problem with adding affordability into it and not adding teeth for you to actually be able to regulate, as you said, I'm very happy to have somebody in the room who really understands. The key to all of this is controlling the cost of healthcare. If you control the cost of healthcare, the cost of insurance automatically goes down. We like to try to focus in on just the insurance piece without having very clear recognition that 85 cents plus on the dollar is healthcare. So Massachusetts, first of all, just started levying penalties on their hospital providers and such that are not meeting the benchmark growth goals. So my question for you is in regard to your staffing issues. If we were to add affordability, but then also give you the right and the power to execute similar to the APCD, looking at that as a way to regulate and understand the healthcare costs and push that back to give you some teeth on that. Would that be something that would actually help? Because right now you're just looking at the rate increase of insurance, but I believe, and I could be wrong, sir, you do not have the ability to actually influence the rate of health care that we're seeing from providers and hospitals.
Absolutely correct. That is not part of our mandate. And, the question would be, where would that best be situated? And right now, that is on the Office of Health Strategies was created specifically to deal with us. And in terms of the information that they get, in terms of the tools they will have going forward as we move forward, that may be one place that we could consider. Just as, for instance, in Rhode Island, they've got someplace separate from the insurance department. Same thing in Massachusetts, so we are looking at those numbers that they provide us. And we can look at the numbers, but they're the ones that are in charge of the looking at or deciding what the numbers are, whether or not that is affordable, what the structure is.
So OHS is my other favorite. So you guys like you're competing there, but so I guess I see a disconnect there, right? If you're in charge of the rate review, which I do have a couple of questions on the rate review and mental health parity and the frequency in which the state of Connecticut does it. I'll get to that, but I see you guys as you're integral to each other, right? So if you're reviewing the rates and you don't have that subsequent power to be able, because you can say, no, you cannot increase your rates this much. We just saw it this summer, right? And then we saw the exodus of Connecticut because they cannot keep up with the cost of care and what they're charging their premium. And they don't have the fallback of the Connecticut state taxpayers to pay when they go over in their spending. So in order to kind of marry that, we really have to have you and OHS symbiotic, right? So if they're identifying this hospital is they're increased their rates, like we know from the all payer claims database, we're seeing higher cost with lower incidences of care. So not as many people obtaining care, but they're charging such astronomical fees, they're making up for it. So I'm really trying to find, where do we find that synergy between your office and OHS? Because your goal, what you said, is paramount. Like, I'm very passionate about controlling the cost of healthcare, but I understand throwing mandates on it, all it does is increase the cost of healthcare. And we're not attacking the base issue. So how do we find, is it more staff for you? How do we find more ways to kind of have that marriage that we need?
Yeah, I think that marriage works best when we each focus on separate things and then you have a symbiosis where they feed into each other, become greater than the individual pieces. And, that we know insurance companies, bottom line, we know insurance companies inside and out. Healthcare is a very different industry. We don't know healthcare the way we know insurance. OHS does. Once we get those cost growth benchmarks, and I've said this before, once those cost growth benchmarks are in place, I can say to an insurance company, and Paul Lombardo is here, who's a head of our life and health division, say, why are you coming in with this? What is going on? So we're not interfering in the contractual relationship between the providers and the insurance companies. That is not our place. But we are saying to the insurance companies, this is where you're supposed to be. Why are you not aligned with a greater good here? We have this again. This is all new. We're just going into this with the cost growth benchmarks. OHS is getting geared up, and I know they're very committed to this. I think this is the best way to make it work. So you have essentially two watchdogs on the feet. So
I agree with what you're saying. The only place I would like to kind of draw some attention to is, it's not a secret. I've been in the insurance industry for 26 years. I understand how it works also. And the only problem with all of that is, I have seen hospital networks hold insurance companies hostage. If you do not give us this rate, we will pull every one of our providers out of your network, which will crash your network. Right. So that's the piece that I think is always so missing, is where do we have that accountability all the way down the chain? Because we can hold an insurance company and say your cost growth is above the 2.5%. But if you've got a hospital network that is so powerful, that is buying up, or several of them that are buying up all these community hospitals, they're steering to their own providers, they're creating provider networks, and that they then have the power to say, you will give me this, or I will not be in your network. And that's the piece, that's the power struggle that we need to try to find a way to help with, because there's no teeth in there that says to an insurance company, you can just cut these rates because they're higher than the benchmark. And that's what I'm kind of looking for from like what Massachusetts has done. They're actually issuing the fine, same with Rhode Island, against the provider networks that are increasing above the benchmark. Because again, if you control that, you control premium
Yes.
at the same time. There, you cannot have one without the other.
Yeah, and that's where you go, the provider network is where you would go. Again, that's why that's the OHS side of it.
Yeah.
We can make sure that the insurance companies are not getting on just profits off this. And, the last hearing, what we told the insurance companies, and they may not necessarily have been thrilled. And as you said, one of the carriers had to leave the market. That's one thing, but when it comes down, our job is not, and I'm really leery of this because we really have to, we have to come down on the insurance companies hard. That's our job.
Yep.
Our job is the other side of the equation. We're not supposed to interfere in that contractual relationship. And that's where, again, I'm looking at OHS, and I expect OHS to be very active in that regard. Just as, again, to go back to Massachusetts or Rhode Island, same thing. One side deals with the providers, the other side deals with the insurers. And by, you have that dual level of pressure to make sure that services are justified, to make sure that people aren't going to specialists when they don't need to make sure they're getting the primary care that prevents them, to make sure they have access. Just some simple thing that we saw during COVID, for instance, people who didn't have access to healthcare because they couldn't get out of their homes and they didn't have Wi-Fi. And one of the things that, as Access Health has done, they've been training people, they've been creating brokers to go into underserved communities. So they've got, those communities are able to get the benefit of the super healthcare system that we have. And, on the other hand, people who may not necessarily have a college degree, because you really don't need one, are able to get jobs. That's kind of the win-win side. And that's what I'm looking for here. I want to make sure that the hospitals, because the hospital's a nonprofit or for-profit, they respond to their boards, that they're able to say, this is what we do. These are the drivers that we have to face. Let's make sure we find as many efficiencies as we can. You cannot have a market where there are not drivers towards efficiency. And in the healthcare market, generally, the efficiency drivers are minimal. That's what we're trying to change.
Accessibility and affordability,
Yes.
keys to my heart. So in question regarding the rate review process,
Mhm.
mental health is also an issue that's pretty important to me. And I'm very familiar and intimate with the mental health parity federal law and how it's implemented here in the state of Connecticut, and the reviews. And I could be wrong, sir, but I believe we require it in the state of Connecticut every 4 years with rate review. Is that it?
Let me just check with my life and
Market conduct exams? Yeah. Yes. Oh, they are. Okay. All right. I know when I spoke to your office last year from a mental health parity perspective, all of the companies in Connecticut were compliant with the exception of a couple where we had some NQTL issues, and that was around, that was really just around one certain subsection of network adequacy. And I'm wondering if we have enough, again, because you mentioned your headcount and that, right? So do we have all the resources that we need to really kind of pair up to make sure that we've got network adequacy in all of the counties in Connecticut? I know a lot of that, again, is not in your purview because you can't make people be in a network, but what kind of programming are we looking at trying to put in to increase that
Let me
accessibility?
get back to you on that again. I'm just not gonna.
I'm sorry, I figured I'd throw you at least for one curve.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that because I don't want to answer something when I'm not absolutely sure of the answer. I do know that when we look at mental health and network adequacy and being in network and out of network, the scarcity of resources is a huge problem.
It really
And
is.
part of what certainly we, the DPH, others have been driving is trying to get the equivalent of primary care.
Yep.
And if you can do that, they're not, there's one pharmacy chain that sends me an email every now and then that says, we've got therapists in our office, like, LCSWs that you can come. We need to get more people in the business in Connecticut. That's not something that I know how to do, but that's something that has to be done. And within the boundaries that we have, we look at them rigorously, and as Paul can tell you, and our market conduct people can tell you, see the reports. If we find there's a problem, we will go after them. But the real answer There's more providers.
Exactly. Yeah, you can't make people be in a network,
Yeah.
especially when, they're garnering rates outside of a network that are fee for service, that they're being paid cash for, that
Exactly.
you can't force people to do it.
And it's so
um,
much more out of network than in network, so.
Yeah.
you know.
Absolutely. So I think those are the main questions that I have for you. Congratulations again. I look forward to working with your office, and it's very relieving to hear what you guys are focusing on. Accessibility and affordability are really key. So thank you for the work that you've done. Thank you to your team for the work that they've done. And I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get it.
It's okay.
Rutigliano.
It's all right. Hello, Commissioners.
Hello.
How are you today?
Representative
I don't know a lot about insurance. I just know that it's expensive and everybody complains about it and hates their insurance company. But I do have a question. It's like a two-part one. And it's the one thing I do hear the most, especially from the business community and others, is how does Connecticut compare to the amount of insurance companies available? Like the one thing I hear I complain is there's only two options. When they go to buy either like workers' comp or this, that, there's limited option. How do we compare to other states? And if we're below other states, what can we do to increase competition?
I can get you more information, more detailed information, but I will tell you in general, certainly as you look at healthcare and others, we are not the most competitive state out there. And, we've lost, well, I shouldn't say lost, two carriers. Connecticut dropped their small group business. Before that, what used to be Harvard Pilgrim, they spent some time in the state and spent a significant amount of money trying to create a network and trying to create a business that eventually didn't work out for them, so they withdrew. We're a relatively small market. That's part of the problem. We are an expensive market. We are a market where there is a concentration issue with providers. So for the insurance companies, they feel that economically they're at a disadvantage. We go back to the fact that, you want everybody in the network. So if we tell you this is what you're going to pay, this is what you're going to pay, or you're not going to be in the network, and that means nobody's going to buy your product.
Do you think that transfers over to the commercial business insurance also? Because I do hear from companies that they go out to market, we deal in dram shop and liability and all that. And my business partner also tells me all the time, there's only two companies.
Yeah.
I'm only dealing with two companies. I mean, do you think it's like would it be sort of the mission of your office to try to get more people into the marketplace, maybe to give people better options?
I'll answer the last part first, because that's the easy one. I will do whatever I can to get more competition. And as I think I said earlier, part of consumer protection is competition. That's what drives innovation. That's what lowers cost. We have to get I want to see as much competition as possible. We want to make sure they do the job and they do it right. And if you can get more people in, my wife is a small business owner. So I can tell you,
I appreciate
she's going through a workers' comp audit.
Right.
So you know what that's like. But it's, given the market in Connecticut, even given the affluence of the market, with the size of the market and the entrenched players, I would love to see more competition.
Well, I appreciate your recognition of the problem and the issue and your willingness to at least help try to solve it. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for getting here late, family commitment. We've met before, Commissioner, and plan on supporting you, but we had met on the long-term healthcare issue, and that's an issue throughout the whole country. Could you give us an update on that? If there's, I know it's complicated and it
is very complicated, as you well know. And I've always, when I started, this was shortly before COVID. And people used to ask me what keeps you up at night. And I said, it's long-term care. It's always been long-term care, and it will be long-term care. Long-term care insurance is a very difficult issue. We all know that there were mistakes made at the start, way back when, the products were first brought to market. And to be a little technical here, things like lapse rates. If you buy a life insurance policy, a certain number of policies are going to lapse. So all that money that got paid in gets redistributed. That doesn't happen with long-term care. The cost of care kept going up. There are so many issues and there are so many concerns. And as a result, we've seen the cost of coverage go up dramatically in many cases. as a long-term care policy owner, I was telling somebody, the only reason I still have my long-term care policy is that I put so much money into it, I don't want to lose it. And that's unfortunate, that's where we are with people who've put money into these policies. Now, what do we do?
Right.
You look at one of the issues, of course, is solvency. They have to be able to pay. That's a bottom line. So you're there, and that's one of those unfortunate things that I look at when I'm looking at rate increase requests. Because I would love to be able to say no, but then to know that they're going to go insolvent tomorrow and nobody's going to get paid, that's an issue. We need fairness. One of the downsides of the state-to-state system, the state-by-state system, is that you go to different states and different states will allow you different levels of rate increase. Now, what we are trying to address that on a national level, and Paul Lombardo is actually one of the leaders on this with what we call a multi-state actuarial review process. So we're trying to standardize the rate increases. So there is no one state that's subsidizing the other. Connecticut, fortunately, has been pretty much in the middle, but we want to make sure that everybody moves towards that middle, that consumers in every state are paying what they should be paying. There are other items that we're looking at. One is the idea of a reduced benefit option. That sounds icky when you think of it. But if you look at some of the early policies, especially some of the policies that are in the most trouble at this point, those policies were incredibly generous and they had huge inflation riders. And if you think back to the days when inflation was in the double digits, I know we might have come close to that, but we're coming back down. But they had huge inflation riders. The value, the nominal value of those coverages have gone up tremendously. Has the cost, the necessary cost, I'm saying, if the coverage, I should say, if the cost of the care really hasn't gone up over the 20 or 30 years, whenever, as much as what the policies are guaranteeing, what if we can say, this is what we do? We're going to give you a X% increase and that's it, but we're going to lock it down. No more increases, and you're going to go back and you may take a little haircut, but in reality, it doesn't affect you because the cost of coverage is not going to be, you've got way more coverage than you need. That's one of the things we're looking at. And another concern, the last one I'll throw in, is something that I've said to a number of long-term care company CEOs. Why is it that other insurance companies, and it doesn't matter if you're PNC, Health, they're all trying to mitigate the damage, all right? All trying to do things beforehand. If I can get you to go to the doctors and if I can get you to exercise so you live 10 years longer than you otherwise would, as a life insurance pilot, as a life insurance company, that's great for me. And it's also great for you as a policyholder. They get money longer and you get to live longer, live a healthier life. Why are these long-term care companies not doing their best to ensure that the people they have covered get the kind of care before those policies kick in that will reduce in the long run the need for those policies by keeping people healthier? I do know there's at least one company that has said to me, yes, we are going to be doing this, and I would expect them to announce that this year. But until I actually see it, I will retain my skepticism. But it's a difficult issue. It's an issue we have to keep working on because it's also, we're not going to have people 85 years old who are suddenly hit with some huge increase.
I would hope they change the formula because the original formula was predicated on, I think, people not living as long.
Yes.
And it's almost, I have to be careful what I say. It was just really it was poor planning.
Mhm.
And I think it was misleading in my view. And now that's over now, but we need to go forward and many times there's companies, they have a parent company. And I remember I think we met a few years ago up here, right before COVID, about trying to maybe have the parent companies subsidize some of the losses.
Mhm.
And from that, I don't, it's been a while, and I have seen some of the long-term carriers, and they said things were getting a little better. But it's mainly at the end of the day, it's the people that bought these policies in good faith and they
Yes.
didn't really get the coverage. And I know you care, and I know you're fighting to try to help people, but we really need to address this.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Nationwide.
Yeah, and we're doing our best to address it nationwide. That's why we're doing this through the NAIC, the multi-state processes. We're trying to figure out ways through this. We know nothing is going to be perfect,
Right.
but if we can make it better. And that probably is the best, short of a federal takeover of long-term care, which we know will never happen. That's what we're doing for now.
Well, I know you have a difficult job. Insurance is very complicated. I served on the insurance company here for I think 6 years, and I would always fight back and forth. To me, it's you want people to get the coverage if they pay for it. And sometimes they don't. And then there's always a battle. And but I appreciate what you do. And I'm friends with Eric Weinstein that worked in your department. I don't know if you said to say hello.
Thank
He
you.
lives in North Haven, but
And he's a Mets fan, so.
yeah, I like the Yankees and the Mets, believe it or not. But we really, even, I just one more question, Mr. Chair. Even for cancer patients, for instance, like we have great policies here, but there's certain coverages that insurance companies fight you on, and which is odd because you need these tests so you don't get even sicker, but they fight you tooth and nail. And at the end of the day, it's a numbers game, I think. I don't mean to be cynical. I really believe it's a numbers game, and who fights and who doesn't fight. And
Yeah, and I
how do you
think
stop that? I don't know. But I think we talked about competition with Representative Rutigliano and yourself. We really need competition. And I don't think there's a lot of competition in the market. Not enough.
No, I would agree with you.
So I don't know what we do about that, but just have to keep fighting, I guess.
Every time I meet with a health insurance company that's not doing business in Connecticut, I keep saying, well, why do you come to Connecticut? We've got a nice exchange, and you keep pushing. And
Well, I appreciate what you do, and we need to really look out for the consumer and the carrier. I'm not the carrier, the people that need the coverage.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have. And again, I apologize for being late. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members? We do have a few committee members online, so just make, I see Senator Summers has her hand up. Senator Summers.
Yes, good morning. And congratulations on your nomination once again. I had a couple questions. We've had a lot of conversation about, obviously insurance rates, and we were just hearing about why there isn't more insurance companies coming to Connecticut. I don't work in the insurance industry, but I have worked in healthcare for many years. And it is my understanding, or what I've been told by many people who sell insurance or are in the insurance world, is one of the reasons why we don't have a lot of competition here in the state of Connecticut for carriers is because of all the mandates that this legislature puts on insurance companies, making it almost impossible at times to do business as a insurance company, because we mandate every time we mandate, whether it's for breast cancer or for this or that. I'm not saying the mandates are bad, but that has been brought up to me as one of the reasons why we have very little competition here in the state of Connecticut. And even if there was laws so you could buy insurance across borders, we still would be in the same position because of the mandates that we put on insurance companies. So I was wondering if you could speak to that, if that is in fact valid or not valid in your opinion. And when we are talking about, I am on the Public Health Committee, and we hear a lot about delays in insurance companies being able to give pre-authorization for procedures, and that many of the physicians on the healthcare side are, protesting, saying the delays in getting the approvals for these particular procedures are delaying the delivery of healthcare and taking up an awful lot of their time, waiting on hold and following up on pre-authorization for certain procedures. So I was wondering if you could speak to those two issues for us.
Let me speak to pre-authorization first. We do have, as I mentioned, we have a consumer affairs division, If anyone has an issue with a particular item, please feel free to reach out to them. They got all the contacts. They're great reaching out. I have not heard or certainly we haven't seen a significant number of complaints within the department with regards to pre-authorization. We do understand pre-authorization has a goal, which is to make sure that there are not procedures done that are unnecessary, that are wasteful, that are costly, that add to the cost of healthcare without adding to the health of patients. So that's a plus side of pre-authorization. We also know that, as with anything else, there are times when the process may take longer than desired, which is why, for instance, recently, as we were looking at the potential for hospitals being overcrowded with the respiratory syndrome, with COVID, and with the flu, we pulled everybody together. We pulled the nursing home folks, we pulled the hospital folks, and we pulled the insurance companies all together into one virtual room. And we said, we know this may not necessarily have happened yet. We're concerned that this will be happening. We want you, the insurance companies, to waive pre-authorizations for anybody being transferred from a hospital to a skilled nursing facility, so that they're not taking up a room in a hospital that could otherwise go to somebody who needs it. And they all agreed. We were looking at, I think it's roughly about 90 days where we've been we put in place in general, where we're trying this, and it seems to be working well for our system.
I will say that the pre-authorization issue, we do have a bill in that this year in public health. It seems to be particularly bad when you're discharging a patient, or you're trying to discharge a patient to a long-term care facility on a Friday afternoon. And then if you can't get the pre-authorization, that patient sometimes lingers in the hospital for, over the weekend. So that is something that we will be taking up, and something that we'd love to get your input on. As far as the complaints, I think that's difficult. I don't think many physicians spend the time to make a complaint about how long it takes for pre-authorization on certain issues. They just don't have the time to do it. But obviously it's raised its head to a level where there is a bill in on it. So I just wanted to, I appreciate your feedback on that. That was, a really good thing that you all did, getting together when we were looking at very high cases of COVID, RSV, and the flu all at the same time. So I do appreciate that.
Yes. And the question with I know there's a problem with Friday discharges. I'm not entirely sure where the problem lies. We heard, everybody says it lies with somebody else, but that's clearly something we wanted to avoid with this, and that's something we will be looking at going forward. In terms of mandates, I can't speak for the insurance companies on that one. The only thing, they don't tell me that it's a question of availability. They more say it drives up the cost, and they will, that's reflected in the cost. But beyond that, there's not much I could say about that.
Thank you for those answers.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Senator Looney.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Just one more question, Commissioner. I know with Senator Summers' discussion on pre-authorization, and hoping that your agency will be vigilant in looking at that practice and the consequences of it. Another related practice that we're hearing about is down coding by the insurance industry in terms of when a hospital provider submits a bill for coverage, they down code the procedure to something less, and that seems to me to be also problematic. I'm aware of a case recently where somebody went into the hospital for a coronary stent, and the procedure wasn't done until late in the afternoon, and the hospital said clearly this was a case where somebody should stay overnight for observation, and the insurance company was saying, well, this should be an outpatient procedure only. Well, the problem is maybe that would work if the patient went in for the procedure at 8 o'clock in the morning and had the entire day to be observed and go home that evening, but not if the procedure isn't done until 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. So would ask your agency to also be vigilant looking at this practice of down coding, which seems to be another way to try to save money at the expense of patients, perhaps, if they're billed for the difference. And depending on what their policy reads.
And we will take note of that. And again, just not to beat a dead horse here, but for individual patients, if you're being billed for something that you think you shouldn't be billed for, and I will tell you, because I've done it, reach out to the department. And, our consumer affairs people, they are experts at twisting arms and getting stuff done. So please.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions, comments? I don't see any online. So with that, Commissioner, thank you for spending your morning with us and answering all the questions. But before you go, there is one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
There was a time at Disney World where
We'll let that one pass.
thank you, Representative. Appreciate it.
Well, Commissioner, thanks again and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you all.
All right, moving right along. Next item on the agenda, it's a Senate resolution for review. It's the appointment of Alexandra Dom of New Haven to be Commissioner of the Economic and Community Development. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Still morning, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Barely.
Yeah. Again, good morning. If you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours if you want to make any opening remarks.
Great. Good morning, Senator Duff, Senator Looney, Representative Concepcion, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, and members of the Executive and Legislation Nominations Committee. First of all, thank you so much for your time this morning. It's a great honor to be nominated as the next commissioner for the Department of Economic and Community Development. I know you have the benefit of my resume and my written testimony, so I won't go into too much detail on every last specific experience, but since it's my first time in front of the committee, I do want to give a little bit about my background and why I think I'm qualified for this role. Also going to give a little bit of detail around the vision for the agency and what I think we're going to spend the next couple of years on, and excited to hear your questions on those fronts. So just to start off with, I think the key elements of key qualifications you should be looking for someone in this role and that the governor should be looking for is someone with a wide array of private sector experience and the ability to engage with the private sector, know how private sector decisions are made, know how markets work. And then on the flip side, a real passion for public service. And I think I have both of those elements in my background. To start off with, I do have a wide array of that private sector experience. So I've been in corporate settings at many junctures throughout my career, and I've seen how decisions are made by corporate leaders on a big scale when you're impacting large operations and large budgets. On the flip side, I've been an entrepreneur. So I started a small business a long time ago, but I started a small business and ran it for 3 years. And I know the ups and downs of entrepreneurship. I know the triumphs and the failures and how hard it is to start and run a business. And I think those two opposite sides of the spectrum are really important in this role because DECD's constituents are big businesses, but they're also small businesses. And so being able to understand what motivates the business leaders on both sides of the spectrum is really important. From the public service side, I've had a passion for public service for a long time, sort of interspersed throughout my private sector career, had the opportunity to work on political campaigns and in government roles. But the time that I really want to highlight that really solidified my interest and my passion for public service was when I worked for a real estate developer and worked alongside municipal and county employees to get big public-private partnerships done. And working with those folks on ambitious, big public-private partnerships, I was just blown away by the dedication of those municipal county staff that were working as hard as their private sector counterparts and sometimes harder, and really just making a huge impact on their particular community, on their downtown, on their Main Street, and on their citizens. And so during that experience, I was on one side of the table, but I sort of said to myself, I want to be on the other side of the table eventually. And the opportunity to be on the other side of the table, on this side, came about 3 years ago when the position of deputy commissioner at DECD opened up. And that role had a real specialization on DECD's community development programs and investments into physical assets and the real estate of Connecticut's communities. And that was, so in many ways, that was really a dream job of kind of combining my my interest in getting back into the public sector and my experience in community development. So it's been a great 3 years, and I'm looking forward to sharing with you all the things that I think we've done on the community development front over the last 3 years. And I said it was a dream job, and in many ways, this next role would just be an extension of that dream job. I would really look forward to expanding my scope over all the activities that DECD has, and we have a pretty wide portfolio. Again, I went into some detail in my testimony about what I think those big buckets of activities are, and I'm sure we'll get into them in your questions. Just to hit on the highlights here, I see the goal, very simple goal of DECD. If you're really going to boil it all down, I see the goal as to grow the economy, grow jobs, grow population, grow GDP. That's the high level goal. And then the activities that we engage in, the initiatives that we have in order to hit that goal, there's 4 buckets. I'll hit them briefly. One is incentives for employment growth, largely for our larger employers in the state. And I think we should continue to have this performance-based process, performance-based incentives that have really been the hallmark of Commissioner Lehman's time and the hallmark of Governor Lamont's administration. Secondly, we have a big focus on small business support, making sure that we are getting access to capital for small businesses that might not otherwise be able to get access to capital. And we're also providing technical assistance so that when small businesses do get their first loan, they understand how to take advantage of that loan when they have to pay the loan back, et cetera. The third bucket is, like I mentioned, the one that I've spent the most time on the last 3 years, which is our community development portfolio. And DECD invests a lot of money into capital projects around the state, some of it directed by DECD, some of it directed by the legislature. And so we hold ourselves to a really high standard, have, I think, really a lot of strategy and rigor around how we do that. And I want to continue to have that strategy and rigor on our community development investments. And then lastly, we have marketing, tourism, and culture and arts, not in any particular order, but that bucket is a really important bucket as well for the state. We're doing so much here. We have such a diverse population, such a diverse set of assets in the state, cultural assets, physical assets. And we've embarked upon an effort over the last year to make sure that the way we represent the state in our marketing outwards is really representative of the whole population, the whole state, and everything we have to offer. I think that's going really well. And I want to continue that approach and make sure that we're singing loud and clear, singing from the hilltop about just what Connecticut has to offer, the wide array that we have to offer in terms of places to live, places to visit, places to spend money. So I'm going to leave it at that. Say thank you again so much for your time and for your consideration, and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, and congratulations on your nomination. Just a couple of questions. We had I had the pleasure of meeting you last week, and had the opportunity to drill you down on some really tough questions. But one of the things I think we bonded on was our love and appreciation for small businesses and the impact that they have here in the state of Connecticut. So just wondering if you can just expand on what your goals are, over the next 4 years. To really elevate our small business community here. I know we have a small business boost fund that was recently rolled out, so curious on how that's doing, and again, how we can all work together on promoting and supporting the small business community that we have here in the state.
So I'll take your first question is around goals. Take that first. I think the key objectives for DECD around small business over the next couple of years, and this has been the goal in the past, so it's a continuation. The key thing here is access to capital for qualified businesses, but for many qualified businesses, getting access to capital is still very hard. They may have the numbers, they may have the revenue, they may have the ability to coverage debt service, but it's intimidating. And the paperwork, the process can be very scary to our small business owners, especially first-time small business owners for whom English is a second language. And so making sure that we're giving as much access to capital as possible and working with the private sector to do that, but really playing that role of trying to get businesses to have access that they wouldn't maybe otherwise have. I think that's a key number one goal. Number two goal, like I mentioned, is technical assistance. So that if a business isn't qualified for a loan, if they go to the Small Business Boost program or a similar private sector lender in their community, and they don't quite have the paperwork together, they don't have the revenue yet, we want to not just say, okay, well, come back to us when you do. We want to provide the technical assistance in the early part of a business's life to get them ready to grow. And so we actually just recently put out $46 million to 12 different small business support organizations that are focused on different parts of the state, different populations, different demographic populations to help ready. And they're doing between the different partners, they're doing a wide variety of services. But the overall theme is make sure that businesses are getting that technical support they need in order to even apply for loans in the first place and in order to grow. I remembered that you said about Boost Fund.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
that's a
sorry.
reminder.
So on the Boost Fund, it's doing well. I'm going to just refer to the specific stats. We are really pleased with the way that Boost has been rolled out. We announced it in July, and we announced the availability of $150 million over the course of 5 years. So far, we put out $18 million of loans, over 131 loans. And of particular note is that's the 62% of those have gone out to businesses that have diverse ownership, either minority, veteran, LGBTQ, or women-owned businesses. So that was an important goal of the program. I mentioned earlier, what are our goals? Getting capital to folks that might not otherwise have access, including these populations. And we're hitting that goal with that 62% being a number that we're really proud of.
That's great. I appreciate that. Obviously, as I mentioned before, the small business community is kind of the backbone here, but our large corporate community is also a huge stake here in the Connecticut. And just this past week, we had the unfortunate announcement of Lego deciding to move their headquarters from Enfield to Boston. So, I'm not a stakeholder in Lego. I was not in part of the board discussions or anything. But to me, just as an outsider, I feel that decision wasn't made to save money, right? You're moving from Enfield to Boston. So there's something else there, right? And again, just my thoughts, it's more about the quality of place that Boston provides rather than state of Connecticut at this time. So I guess my question, it really revolves around what's your role at DECD to really, promote Connecticut as a premier destination for residents, for visitors, for businesses alike, to really make that quality of place one that young professionals and the young workforce in general will want to be here. So it's a long-winded question. I get it, but I did have to mention or ask a question on your thoughts of the Lego announcement.
Well, I'll specifically answer your question around marketing the state, because I do think, this announcement was very much about moving to Boston, right? This is not something that they were moving from Connecticut. There was no policy or issue that they had here, but very much just they were excited to be moving to Boston. They had connections in the city already, but mentioned also just the general vibrancy of the city and the general talent pool. And so I think your question is spot on. How do we compete with the fact that the impression of an urban downtown living and working experience in Boston, the impression that people have of that is that they can't get that experience in Connecticut. And I see fixing that impression as one of the top goals of my role and of my next few years. It's also close to a personal mission of mine, as when we spoke in your office, I'm a big believer in Connecticut's cities, in our downtowns, and the fact that they've just been underappreciated for a long time. So I mentioned our tourism marketing activities. A big part of our marketing is to market to tourists to come to the state. But what people don't know is a big part of that effort is also to market just the state in general as a place to live and work. And we have embarked upon a rebranding effort, and we're going to continue. It's by no means done. It's really just getting started. But we really need to make sure that the that the impression that folks have of that there aren't vibrant cities in Connecticut is quashed. We need to get that that myth gone, and we need to get the word out about our vibrant downtowns where you do have young talent, where you do have walkability and transit oriented environments, and a lower cost of living than in these major metropolises. So we've got a good story to tell. We need to keep investing in our cities. The work is not done. We have to keep investing in them, but as we invest in them, as they improve, as the quality of life starts to feel more and more like a major metropolis, we need to make sure that that word is getting out outside of Connecticut, because I don't think it is.
Can't agree with you more. So I appreciate those comments. I will have at least one or two more questions, but I will open it up to committee members at this point. I'll start with Vice Chairman Looney, then Ranking Member Yacarino, and then Representative Rutigliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner, and congratulations on your nomination. And I'm also pleased that you are a resident of the city of New Haven, helping to add to our population there. That is one of the issues that with this concern about Lego that the chairman raised moving to Boston. One of the challenges we have in Connecticut is that our urban areas have the same problems, the same challenges that cities have all over the country, but we have the additional problem of lack of compelling numbers. We don't have a large city. Boston has a population of 700,000 people. It's about 10% of the population of Massachusetts. Our largest city, Bridgeport, is only 149,000. And our three most needy cities, New Haven, Bridgeport, and Hartford together, barely have 12% of the state's population in the aggregate. And New Haven is about 134,000. Stamford is now about 135. Hartford is about 125. Waterbury is about 114. Then we have Norwalk and Danbury approaching 90. So there's no big city. Obviously, that Providence is actually the largest city in New England relative to its state's population, because I think it has about 16% of Rhode Island's population. So we have that challenge here, and it's a part of the problem we have of the small individual municipal fiefdoms in Connecticut. So if New Haven and all of its contiguous suburbs were combined into one community, you'd have a city of 300,000 people that would probably in the aggregate be looking for much less state aid than it has to, because it would have more resources of its own to draw upon. But given that, clearly it didn't work out for GE to go to Boston. They pretty much imploded after they went there. So not wishing ill luck on Lego, but there are things that I know that we can do, but obviously offering a large metropolis is not one of them. But as you point out, there are other things we can do. New Haven certainly has advantages because of the presence of Yale and the development of businesses being spun off from Yale related research. And in fact, downtown New Haven now has, as you know, far more people living in that area than was the case a couple of decades ago because of the new development down there. And that's presenting a challenge to the Board of Alders and redrawing their ward maps, because one ward in the downtown area that was underpopulated now has more people living in it than any other ward in the city. So that's driving their redrawing of their lines. So just your thoughts again on how to deal with municipal development entities. That the larger cities have their own economic development staffs. The smaller the smaller communities very often have to contract out a lot of their work because they don't have in-house city planning staffs and development teams. So they wind up contracting out the work to evaluate proposals for development in those communities, or to have a supplement of professional workers who would help them when they're going to engage on some sort of development or promotion. But your thoughts again on how can DECD really highlight development in the cities in Connecticut that need it, that have the at least the infrastructure for urban development, even though they're small. And they were all at one point, the Connecticut was actually much more urban 100 years ago than it is now. Professor Doug Ray at Yale, who for a while worked in the city administration in New Haven, some years ago pointed out that in 1920, New Haven had about 160,000 people. And that was similar. Hartford and Bridgeport had similar numbers at that time, and they were much bigger and more dominant in their region than they are now when they have suburban towns with 60,000 people plus. the central city being 40,000 or more fewer than what they were at their peak. So given that whole context and the nature of development in Connecticut and the hyper localism of our state that doesn't have regions and doesn't have natural ways to build regional approaches to things, how do you think you and DECD can make an impact over the next 4 years, given what I see as the severe limitations of Connecticut's structure in promoting that?
So I appreciate, I couldn't agree with you more. The size of our cities is not, we're not going to be a Boston anytime soon. And so I think, first of all, not trying to be something that is structurally unlikely is an important first step. So that's just, the table stakes to answering your question. But I think there is a way to replicate the benefits that employers and employees, residents get from those environments. There's a way to replicate that in our small cities and to do it in multiple places throughout the state. So just some key some key strategies or philosophies that drive and have driven and will drive our community investments going forward. And you mentioned a couple of these, but just to highlight, one is a prioritization of infill. So if we are only going to have a certain number of people and we're only going to have a certain number of dollars going into a city, let's make sure that it's concentrated in an infill way in areas that have the infrastructure to support it, in areas where you'll feel the impact of it. If you're going to move 200 units into a city, let's do it downtown where there are already 1,000 units on that block, so that you're getting this critical mass feeling of now this is 1,200 units, as opposed to out in the middle of nowhere. Those 200 units aren't really going to give anyone the impression of vibrancy, density. It's going to be a little bit lost on the impact is going to be lost. So at prioritizing infill, that also has the benefit of being cost effective, not building out new infrastructure, not building out new roads and sewer, et cetera, is a real benefit of infill, of prioritizing infill. As it relates to employers, that we should be focusing, we have been, and we will continue to focus on a cluster strategy, on focusing on one industry in one particular area and making sure that there's again, critical mass amongst that industry in a specific area. So if we're going to have a small city, if we're going to have small cities, let's not try to put spread out six industries in one city and have them, each industry have a pretty small amount of talent in that industry, in that city, such that if you lose your job or you want to leave your job in industry X and you want to find another job in industry X in that city, it's hard to do because there just aren't that many companies from that particular industry in that city. Let's have it be that industry X is really the primary industry in that particular city, so that you feel like you actually do live in the hub. Maybe the population is 100K, but if you're a bioscience employee in New Haven, you don't really feel like you live in a small place. You feel like you live in one of the capitals of bioscience in America. And so I think clustering our industries that way, clustering our companies that way in one industry, in one particular area, helps to feel like you're not spreading resources out. You're actually getting the benefit of that densification, of that clustering. And you can feel like you're in a major hub, even though you are in a small city. And we have good examples of that, certainly with insurance in Hartford and with bioscience in New Haven being two good examples. So I think we can replicate, and on the cultural front, I just want to speak a little bit on the sort of vibrancy and cultural front. Again, people are looking. I question whether someone's moving to Boston and eating at all 5,000 restaurants in Boston within 1 year, or traversing the city every day to go to every single neighborhood that's there. Maybe they are. Good for them. They should probably live in a larger city. But I think people are also really neighborhood focused. When you move to a big city, you tend to stay in your neighborhood. You tend to appreciate the benefits of that neighborhood. Our small cities they have great vibrancy. It's not 10 different zones of vibrancy. It's 1 or 2 zones of vibrancy, but I think people really appreciate, if you live in downtown New Haven, there is a lot there. There's not 5,000 restaurants, but there's 500. And I don't eat out 500 times in 1 year. I don't know about everybody else, but I think you can really satisfy that what, what workers are looking for when employers move to Boston, New York, I think you can satisfy the desires of your employees in these smaller cities because of the densification of the vibrancy where it's all in one place, and you feel it even if you don't feel it in 50 different neighborhoods. You certainly feel it in one or two downtown.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent strategy for a state that lacks any big metropolitan areas, because having cluster development so that you can create a sort of a facsimile of a major city by having a dominant cluster in a given community, so it feels like it's a hub, even if it's much smaller than hubs in other places because they're located in cities with much bigger populations. One thing along those lines, I think again, it's a way, I think, of overcoming one of the other obstacles we have in Connecticut in terms of the lack of regional structures or regional development corporations or regional planning agencies that have clout. For years, the state of Minnesota has had a system of tax-based sharing, where the multi-county area around Minneapolis, St. Paul has had a system whereby they've been able to do planned development for the entire region by deciding that a certain industry would be best located in a certain community within that range of counties. But it wouldn't be like it has been in Connecticut, where that industry, wherever it locates, there's that one winner and everyone else is a loser because they didn't get that development. In Minnesota, everyone is a winner because part of the new taxes that are created by that development wind up being apportioned to the pool of all the communities that are located. So the one who gets the development certainly gets the reward of that, but a portion of the new resources, new revenues are spread to everyone who is part of that consortium of communities in that region. So it leads for planned development and a sense of everyone sharing, and not one winner and everyone else is a loser when a new idea comes along. And it's led for over the years that some of the net contributors or net recipients from the pool when it was created are actually now net contributors to it, because their economic development has been spurred by that rational planning for an entire region rather than doing it town by town. So with our capacity to do that, because the absence of counties and the absence of regional structures, I think that the cluster concept is probably the very best substitute for that we could do in a state like Connecticut that is so averse to regional planning and to doing anything except hyperlocalism. So I commend you on that pragmatic strategy. Just one other question before giving it back to the chair and to others is your view on the operation of the Community Investment Fund, in terms of, now that's a new entity that we started to do for evaluating bonding projects that would be focused on, I think it's at 45 eligible communities that meet the need of the statute that set that out. We've had one round of funding in it last fall, another round coming up this spring. So if you talk a little bit about the CIF initiative and your vision for that.
Absolutely. So so just to comment on, you said to comment on the operationalizing. How have we operationalized CIF? My apologies. So to comment on, I think largely it's gone really well. And I want to start off with just saying that it's been a pleasure to work with the board, many of whom it's sort of half executive branch, half legislators. And I think it's been a really good collaboration. So I want to start off by saying I think it's been operationalized well. My vision for how that will go forward is to really be true to the intent of the legislation. And my understanding is really to promote transformational projects. It's a word that we use a lot when we're talking about CIF, but we want to make sure that this money is going towards projects that are going to catalyze an entire neighborhood changing, change the direction of an entire block, change the direction of an entire community within a city, or maybe an entire city. So I have high aspirations for the fund. We're currently evaluating round 2 out of 10. So there's a lot of runway still to go. And I want to just encourage legislators, encourage municipalities to continue coming up with exciting transformational projects that are going to set in motion change that you'll really be able to feel 5, 10, 15 years from now, because I think that was the intent of the fund.
I know it is intensely competitive because for the first round of 75 million in distributions, there were over 900 million in applications. And I know that for this round of approximately 100 million, there's 1 billion in
right.
applications. So it's the vetting process is going to be pretty intense, I know.
That's
But I
correct.
wanted to congratulate you on your nomination and to tell you that I'm looking forward with great hope to what you're going to be able to do over the next several years at DECD.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Looney. Good morning, Commissioner. How are you? I have some questions, but I'm going to let our ranking member, Representative Yakarino. He wants to have some questions, and then I'll go after he does. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to meet you. We spoke on the phone
Yep.
last Friday. It's a tough time for me, but I have a couple questions. I was a big fan of Commissioner Lehman. I think he did a very good job, especially through COVID. Totally different direction than the last, all due respect to the last Commissioner of DECD. And in your role would be obviously to work with our economy, stimulate our economy, work with our businesses. Job growth, you had mentioned it when you first testified. So when we spoke Friday, I've been a big proponent of the bioscience, science and STEM, the clustering. Yes, we do have a small cities, much smaller than Boston, but we also have cheaper real estate. We also have great institutions of higher education. We also have a great workforce. So I truly believe if you look at our population, yes, it's smaller, but we could actually have that growth. It's never going to be the same, but in proportion, it's going to be just as good. So we've had a couple of problems with Semaphore, just had an issue. Probably most of that was mismanagement of the company, a lack of reinvestment, I think. But I truly believe that's one of our biggest futures. Yes, we have insurance. We have Sikorsky, which we had some layoffs. Unfortunately, I want to see what what you feel you want to do with that and Lego. And we have Electric Boat, which is an amazing company. But we really need, I believe, and it spurs innovation, healthcare, job growth. But each of those jobs help the builders. They have to build. They have to go to restaurants and eat dinner. To me, it's a ripple effect, and I think it's the wisest way to go. And with not that much of a public investment, more of a private investment. And we had passed a couple of years ago. Senator Hartley and I worked on a venture capital bill, I don't know, 6 or 7 years ago. And I think that's helped our state quite a bit in that sector. So I'd like to get your opinion. And I do have a few more questions. And I really think my opinion, at least, is we could compete proportionally. Yeah, we're not Boston, we're not New York, but we are Connecticut, and we have a lot. I think we have a bright future. So
I couldn't agree more with you on bioscience being a top priority for DECD and for the state. It is, we're doing a lot in the area and we're seeing a lot of success. I just want to mention a couple of the programs that it's a wide variety from tax policy to direct investment to just incubators and introductions that we're making. The first thing is the state put $30 million into the 101 College building in New Haven, which if anyone's driven through New Haven, it's hard to miss, right downtown. And it's going to be 500,000 square feet of lab space and office space, all at this point, all already leased and all geared towards life sciences, bioscience industries. That was a small percentage of the overall cost of the building, but just that catalytic investment to make sure that it got off the ground. And we're going to see returns. We're going to reap the benefits of that investment for decades, especially because one of the tenants in there is a bioscience incubator. So I wasn't familiar with this concept before I started working on the project. We've all heard of co-working. Essentially, BioLabs is the name of the company that's going into 101 College. It's essentially a lab co-working space. So if you're a small company, you're just starting up, you don't want to go rent a big office, sign a 5-year lease. You don't know if you're going to be in business next week. You can go on a weekly, monthly basis to BioLabs and get access to a lab environment and all of the expensive equipment and all of that test environment that you wouldn't be able to get access to. So that's going to be a huge competitive advantage for New Haven and for the state to have one of those incubator basically co-working lab spaces in the state. And the operator, BioLabs, is a nationally recognized operator that also has Cambridge facilities and Research Park facilities. So we're really excited about that. So the 101 College building plus the BioLab space is going to start to set the state apart. And we've seen additional groundbreaking since then. the Coliseum site in New Haven that have been spurred by just all the investment and all the activity in the space. We also, are familiar, we talked a little bit about the phase out of the capital base tax, which is really beneficial to this industry, given that frequently you have a high amount of assets, but not a lot of taxable income. And so the phase out of that will really benefit this industry. And we know that folks in the industry are already appreciating that. And I think it's going to help us to retain and attract new companies in the industry. And then I just want to talk about some of the results that we've seen from all the activities I mentioned, plus everything else going on in the industry. We've seen 300% increase in VC funding in the bioscience industry in Connecticut over the last 5 years.
Yeah.
So people are recognizing what's going on here. And we're number 5 in the country for NIH funding per capita. So I think it's working. I think we should keep doing everything I described and more, but it's a top priority for DECD, and it's a top priority for our partner, Advanced CT, which is our nonprofit partner that works on retention and recruitment. I think they're really hitting their stride in this space and getting a lot of good leads of folks that are interested in coming to the state.
I appreciate that. And I there's a lot of questions, so I have a few more, but we'll talk about the signs, but I would envision, it's not a question, my view is going from Bridgeport all the way up through West Haven, all the way up through New Haven, all the way up through Branford and Guilford, all through, I think it's incrementally, but I think we could do it. And it's just, we don't have to give a lot of money away. We need the venture capitalists here to invest, and that capital stock phase out is going to be a big boom for research and development, because many times these companies invest hundreds of millions of dollars and they don't make any money, but they're paying tax on that in this state. And so they start earning money. I want to go to the layoffs. Is there any plan? I don't think I'd like to hear your vision and what we could try to do in the future. Then if I might as well, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I want to talk about the airport also, what we're going to, our airports.
Yeah. So on the layoffs front, just to clarify your question, plan on reacting to these specific layoffs? Was that your question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So I think the
if there is a plan. I don't know.
no, it's a good question. There certainly is a plan. So the very tiny silver lining, obviously the news this week between Sikorsky, between LEGO, it's disappointing news across the board. And the silver lining is we do have 100,000 open jobs in the state. And so it's DECD's mandate and to work with DOL and DOL's mandate to make sure that we're going to do everything we can to match folks that are not going to move on, that are not going to move on to opportunities. Sikorsky's offering opportunities within the Lockheed Martin system. LEGO is offering opportunities for people to move to Boston. But for folks that are not going to take those opportunities, it is absolutely our mandate to match them with Connecticut jobs. And my inbox had 5 different employers reaching out yesterday and Wednesday after the news, saying, how can we work with you to make sure that we're getting that our opportunities are getting in front of these folks. So I don't want to name particular employers in case in case they wouldn't want that, but they are really looking forward to trying to keep this talent in Connecticut. And we, the state, DECD, DOL, are really looking forward to playing an active role in doing that matchmaking.
Thank you. And then we have obviously Brainerd Airport. We have the airport in East Haven, New Haven. We have I said Bradley, Brainerd's here in Hartford. I know there's been talk about maybe changing that. I don't know if you have a view on the airport in Hartford here, not Bradley, but
Brainerd,
yeah.
And
Because there's training school there, there's the Civil Air Patrol, there's mechanics,
So we're in the process. Last year, a bill was passed that DECD would manage a study of the highest and best use of Brainerd. And we're just kind of in inning 3 of that study. So I just think it's premature to comment on, but we've hired a really good firm that's going to write the master study.
Okay.
And they've hired a bunch of sub-consultants with specific expertise to study the different elements like the economic, the environmental, and the policy issues. And I look forward to October is when we'll have the results of that study.
okay. And then as far as Connecticut innovations, there's good and bad in that. Do you have a role in that somewhat? And I know Commissioner Lehman had a role in that. So
I have a role in it as of 3 weeks ago. I was
Right.
the commissioner is the vice chair of the Connecticut Innovations Board. So that's the official capacity, but have been involved with Connecticut Innovations in my previous role as deputy commissioner sort of informally for a while. And Connecticut Innovations is a very strong partner of DECD's. I have, you said good and bad. I have to say my opinion is almost entirely good. You know, I think they really are a vehicle for investing in Connecticut businesses that sets us apart from other states. When we're pitching companies, early startups, especially in the bioscience and life sciences field, when we are talking to companies trying to pitch them to come here, the fact that we have a state-run, state-focused
Right.
VC arm is very attractive, and you see entrepreneurs' eyes light up when we say, well, actually, let us introduce you to our partners next door that could possibly invest. They say, well, that's something that they're not seeing from other states. So I think it's a competitive advantage.
Thank you. There's so many things we could, I'm gonna pass it off, but there's brownfields issues, the Transfer Act issues, Senator Hartley might want to talk about. There's so many issues, but we can't forget, and you mentioned, and I appreciate this, I have a small business, a few of us have small businesses, the small businesses or medium-sized businesses that really always seem to stay in the state, always seem to will hire people through thick and thin. And I would hope you consider that, but also continue, I think, from the past commissioner of having money, capital for businesses, but not just give it away with no skin in the game. And we discussed this Friday, and I think that's vitally important for people to have access to capital, but also have skin in the game where they know they have to perform. So I would hope that's my last statement. And we're neighbors. Actually, I'm in North Haven, you're in New Haven. And I think New Haven has got so much potential and the whole area, but we need to incentivize, but also have public-private partnerships and continue to do business. So if you want to add to that, and I'm done with my questioning.
I was just going to say, skin in the game is one of those unofficial philosophies that is fused through all of DECD's programs. So I couldn't agree with you more. And we're not doing small business grants. That was a big program kind of 4 years ago and before.
Yeah.
Small business grants was a big component of DECD's work. It's largely the vast majority of our work with small businesses now is loans, to the exact point that you're making about skin in the game.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Duff, followed by Representative Retigliano, and then Rep. Arnone is virtual.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning still, Commissioner, again. Great to see you here. I wanted to first thank you for your role as Deputy Commissioner over the last few years. Your enthusiasm you've had in that role was really great, especially as the state went through some very trying and difficult times. So I think that you're well positioned and well poised to be the new commissioner, and you've gained a lot of experience and you know the state well. For me, anyway, I think you look at DECD, and Representative Yacarino talked about small businesses, and Senator Looney talked about Community Investment Fund and so many others. There's so many pieces of DECD that many people may not even know about or think about, and that really contributes to Connecticut's economy. And so I just want to start off with just talking about even arts and culture. We received an email yesterday about small arts organizations that receive some grants. And while, you know, it may not be top of mind for a lot of folks, these are the things that people think about. I mean, that may not be top of mind for folks, but these are the things that actually help run the economic engine of the state of Connecticut when it comes to funding some theaters or local productions or nonprofits. And so that to me is just as important as some of the other work that is done. I think is all important on the same level. And just wonder if your thoughts on some of that as well as part of Connecticut's overall economy.
So I appreciate that question. And I think you couldn't be more spot on about the importance of arts and culture as part of the whole conversation we've been having today. Is about making sure Connecticut is vibrant and competitive with other vibrant, culturally relevant cities and states. So there's the access to the arts, the access to culture is a big part of us investing in our communities and making sure that people want to live in our communities and want to visit our communities. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that our Connecticut Office of the Arts administered 838 grants last year, which is, I think it's a 5-person team. So you're right. People don't know the work that's going on at DECD under every umbrella. But since you've brought this one up, I really want to highlight particularly that work, because they're supporting so many small organizations, big and small, all across the state. And they're very much unsung heroes. So this is the time for them to be sung heroes. And I appreciate
Sing.
that. I just want to talk a little bit about, from that arts and cultural point of view, how we make sure that we're bringing that content into the rest of what we do. We try not to be siloed and say, okay, you arts people do this, you brownfields people do this. We actually had our first quarterly meeting of the year yesterday, and the whole point of those meetings is to make sure that all the teams know what each other are doing and how they can work together. Arts is a great example of something that we try to put into all of our programs. A great example in my mind is our community development programs. We have a couple very competitive programs. We've talked about Community Investment Fund. We've talked a little bit about brownfields, another one called Communities Challenge. Those are all grant programs where we're investing dollars directly into development projects. And when we were writing up the specs for some of those programs are new, some of them were old. So either revamping old specs or writing new specs for what was going to get you points in the evaluation of these applications. Want to make sure that arts is front and center. If a project would come to us with 100 apartments next to a theater and they're just totally silent on the theater and there's no engagement, that's going to score it's going to score poorly compared to a similar project that's 100 apartments next to a theater and they've decided that they're going to coordinate. There's going to be a mural that goes across both buildings. There's going to be a little park between the two buildings that has art that's from the artists in the community. There's going to be programming where the theater is going into the building and doing, Broadway reviews for the residents once a month, whatever. So that kind of thing is really important to make sure that we're not just throwing money at building buildings, but we're throwing money at building buildings that are going to participate in the community in a very authentic way that takes advantage of the existing culture there.
Right. And I appreciate that, because I think, a lot of, if I could be parochial for a second, a lot of Norwalk's success has been tying together the arts community, historic community, and redeveloping, infilling in lots of ways. So, it's interesting because Senator Looney talked about the Community Investment Fund, and you brought up the challenge grant, which are so important to our cities and to so many areas for funding. And part of the reason I think it's so critical is because of the fact of what Senate President said is, we don't have big cities, we have small cities. And I view, Boston proper is probably small itself, but it has an edge city around it that keeps growing. And we really don't have that as much because everybody is so siloed in our different communities. So a lot of those funding opportunities are extremely important for us, for sure. And that's why I think that it's important to have, those funding opportunities. But I also, part of the other thing that is important is in housing. We talked about this with the Housing Commissioner when she came in. And I'd like your thoughts on this as well, is that we cannot, we talk about growing the state, and, we've heard that, some of the business news this week. While it is unfortunate, we do have a lot of job openings for sure. We do have companies coming into the state. We are growing, but we cannot grow. We cannot grow if we do not have adequate housing for people in the state. We're tens of thousands of units of housing behind where we need to be. And employers will not come into the state if there are not the employees. It's not reverse. It's not employees and employers and employees. It's employees, then the employers will come. You got to have that workforce for these companies to come in. And so we've got to make a commitment in the state to build housing, workforce housing, whether it's around the train stations, wherever it is. Every community has a responsibility to do that. And so, from an economic development standpoint, I just, wanted to just kind of throw that out there. And if you've talked about it already, I apologize, but I think it is so important. It deserves maybe repeating if you have.
No, I appreciate the question. We haven't covered that question, so thank you. I couldn't agree with you more that housing is has always been, but is increasingly an economic issue and an employment issue. We are hearing from businesses, whereas 3 years ago, you're visiting businesses, the issue of housing was not something they wanted to grab the governor on, or they wanted to talk to the commissioner, deputy commissioner. Now, frequently we're going to tour a business, and the first thing the CEO says is, I just offered someone a job. They turned it down because they just couldn't find a house with an affordable house in this area. What are you doing about it? So you're absolutely right. This is an employment issue, front and center. So from DEC's point of view, I think our role in this issue, in solving the problem, is in the funds that I've mentioned a couple different times. We've a real opportunity to influence what gets built in the state based on all the competitive grant funds that we're involved in, either administering on behalf of the CIF board or actually directing the funds for some of our other competitive programs. And we have been have had a strong opinion in the last couple of years that housing is a strong, desirable use for those funds. It's not the only use. We aren't the Department of Housing, so we are certainly contributing. Some of the Communities Challenge grants, some of the Community Challenge grants didn't have housing, but 80% we've done 2 rounds of Communities Challenge, and 80% of the grants were predominantly housing. Mixed use is preferable, so they often have a retail component, but they're predominantly housing. So that's the way that we're moving the needle on this issue. And we have in mind employers who we're thinking of, if we've got 2 housing applications and we know that in a certain area of the state, we're particularly short on housing and particularly having a hard time hiring, that has factored into some of the decisions on where to direct funds and say, we particularly need housing in this area. And so the Communities Challenge funds are even better served there than they would be in another area. So we're moving the needle with dollars.
Yeah, great. Thank you. And I appreciate that, because it is so important for us to look at that. And even looking, I'm sure there's bills on this somewhere in the building here, but working with Department of Transportation, other places, with some of our parking lots and other places where we need to put housing that is it's not the highest and best use. And again, we look at the state, and without large cities, we just can't do it. We've got to make sure that all of our communities are part of that solution. So I appreciate what you're doing on that. The last part of what I want to say to you before I hand it over is, one is I thought, my opinion was that DECD did a remarkable job during COVID, and I don't want anybody to forget this, during the pandemic, of helping support our businesses, small businesses, our arts organizations, working with our federal government, supplementing grants that the federal government came in with state grants as well. So I think it's important to put that on the record, because the fact that without having DECD as a partner to some of these small businesses, arts organizations, other organizations, our state could have been in a totally different place than it was. And I know you were part of that. And I appreciate the work that you did, and the staff at DECD did as well. The last thing I have for you, and you can certainly comment on this if you'd like to at the end. But as we kind of hopefully turn the corner here of where we are with the pandemic, the rearview mirror, COVID will probably still be with us for a while. But you have, your first 90 to 120 days going forward. What do you think are some of your most important things that you want to try to accomplish, besides meeting with legislators all the time?
Well, actually, my answer to your 90-day question ties a little bit back to COVID. So just to comment on, and so thank you for that recognition. The department was, like every department, like everyone, was absolutely on overdrive during COVID, and I appreciate that recognition. I think one of the big things that we learned from the experience of working with the business community during COVID was just how important constant, open, transparent dialogue was. And I hope businesses in your community and trade organizations in your districts felt that DECD was extremely accessible. That was certainly our goal. Our phones we were our phones were lighting up with dialogue with business owners, which is what we wanted. We wanted to be able to have that back and forth and know what was working and what wasn't working. And so when I talk to folks about what they think DECD has done well over the last couple of years, there's obviously a lot of programs they point to, but one of the top things people say is have been accessible, and specifically Commissioner Lehman was really accessible to the business community, and I give him immense credit for that and for a million other things. And so my goal going forward is to have DECD be as transparent, as accessible, and have this constant two-way dialogue with the business community as we have had over the last couple of years. And so my first 90 days, because we have programs running and because the trains are running on time for the most part, and we're not introducing anything new right now, I'm lucky to be able to have that peace of mind that our programs, and I've mentioned a bunch of them, our programs are running really well. We have really strong senior staff at DECD. I'm not introducing new programs. I'm out in the business community, making sure they know that they can get me 24/7. They can get our senior staff 24/7. We want to know what their problems are. We want to know what their suggestions are. And I think that goes a long way to promoting one of the big benefits of being a small state, which is just, being able to get senior leaders, being able to get decision makers with one phone call, 2 phone calls. So 90 days, I'm going to try to meet with literally as many people that run businesses in Connecticut as possible is the short answer to your question.
Great, thank you. Keep the car running. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you, Rep. Rutigliano, followed by Rep. Arnone, who is virtual, Representative Godfrey, and Senator Hartley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's afternoon. Is it afternoon yet? Okay, good afternoon. I just have a couple questions. Unfortunately, you and I didn't have a chance to meet prior to I'm new to the committee, so that's probably it. But I just have a couple of questions. I read your resume. I see. What did you do before Harvard? What was your first job? What other experience did you have besides your corporate life?
Well, I mentioned earlier about starting a business. I started a women's watch business. So that was the business that I started in college, and I did that right out of college. And it was a small business. I was not getting rich on it anytime soon, but I was successful for someone who was my age. And I believe I believe you're a business owner as well.
Sometimes, yeah.
So you can relate to, I think it's very helpful in this job now that I've had that experience of, I've sat on a trade show floor for 3 days, with the feeling of sometimes, once an hour, someone bought something for me, but a lot of times you're sitting there feeling a whole lot of rejection, and rejection is a lot of what running a business is about. Right. So I'm grateful for that experience. I did that for about 2 or 3 years.
I think it's terrific. It actually eliminates a couple of more of my questions, because
Okay.
I think it's so important for somebody in your position to know exactly what you have to go through, because my next question was going to be, have you ever invested your own money or borrowed to start anything? The stress that comes with that's sometimes overwhelming.
Mhm.
And for you to have that appreciation would be, I think, really helpful in your new job. So that would be my next question, is how much money you borrowed, but that's okay. So I'll get into some of my concerns over economic development. You may have answered one of them prior. There was a prior question that I thought was good. So I guess I wanted to know your feeling when the government uses taxpayer money to directly compensate companies. It was always a problem. A capitalist that I am, we believe the government was picking winners and losers, and it's not really true economic development when there is a direct handout to a private company. But are you committed to that being over with, and now it's just sort of like Connecticut being the SBA, where you have to apply for a loan and then the state comes in and helps you out?
Yeah, so I want to talk about one of our key programs that I think addresses your issue, which is called Job CT. So the main way in which we incentivize job growth in the state now is a tax rebate that is only when a company creates the jobs, only when you see the W-2, when you actually see the job creation. And even then, not for another 2 years after they create the jobs, are companies getting the benefits from having created the jobs. And they get either 25 or 50% rebate on their withholding taxes based on what towns they're in. That's the difference between the 25 and the 50, but it's performance based. And so it's meant that this is a big departure from how economic development was done in the past, which is exactly how you describe. Pick a company, give them a grant or a very generous loan. And it could feel a little bit like, well, how did you pick that winner when there's so many other folks that might have qualified? And in this case, the job CT is very formulaic. You have to hit certain job numbers, 25 or more jobs created. You have to hit certain income thresholds, 85% or more of the median income in the municipality that you're in. So this is not random. Anyone who fits those qualifications can come and apply. We're not picking winners. We're just setting a very formulaic threshold and applying that universally.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna have to admit that many of us found that program offensive, the old Fast Five, or when we were just handing taxpayer largesse to a private company, made absolutely no sense to the rest of us who are out there borrowing and struggling and doing everything that we could. So in that vein of tax cut, does your department have any particular tax cut proposals that they're putting forward? Business tax cuts for the legislature?
No, the legislature and the governor's office are taking the lead on the tax front. And so that's not coming out of our department.
So you have no recommendations on which ones we should be focusing on?
We've appreciated the opportunity to advise and to brainstorm with the governor's office on these matters, but they're gonna have the final say. They'll be coming out with their proposal soon.
So one of the other things that we hear from employers, my industry, lots of industries, is workforce development. So it's not just, for the biosciences. I mean, people need workers for every industry. And you know what? They might not start off at the highest level of income, but at least, they're on the first rung of that ladder moving up. I didn't know if your department is going to get involved or even more involved with the workforce development aspects of things.
So yeah, it's a great question. And the workforce development is, in addition to housing, workforce development are basically the two questions that every single business asks me about. So we actually do have an office of workforce strategy that's particularly tasked with investing in our workforce, retraining employees. So these are not programs that are coming out of DECD. So I can't speak to every little detail of how they're being implemented, but I will say, I mentioned in my testimony, but in my written testimony, but I failed to say it in my verbal testimony. I want to say it now. I think the key part of my role is going to be working with so many other agencies whose content is integral to DECD's content. And one advantage of having been in government, being at the state for 3 years, is I've built really strong relationships with those departments. So I have a very strong relationship with Kelly Valieres, who's going to be in front of you, I think, next week, and other departments that have a strong, an integral part in growing the economy. So that's a long way of saying I'm working very closely with the Office of Workforce Strategy. They have a lot of very ambitious programs that they're implementing now and over the next year. They have about almost $100 million going into specific programs. And I'm hopeful, I'm very optimistic that the output from those programs are going to benefit Connecticut's employers.
I just want to be sure that we just don't focus on, I think we should focus on every step of the ladder. Workforce development for people right out of high school who aren't going to college, and then workforce, the retraining of maybe people that were displaced. So I think it's super important, because you never know, that first ladder step could turn into something better in a few years and help everybody.
100%. I feel like just because we're talking a lot about the bioscience industry today, it might give the impression that we're focused on sort of PhDs or the top end of the education spectrum. That's definitely not the case for the Office of Workforce Strategy, and Dr. Valieres can fill you in on that when she's in front of you. But I can tell you that they're more skewed towards the entry points of the ladder, as you're saying. They're skewed, they're trying to get people right out of high school, trying to get people in populations that have not otherwise typically participated in these types of industries, to get them in at the ground level. And so I think you're going to be pleased with her answers on that front.
I appreciate that. I'll move on to the tourism board, which is I think it's literally one of the most important things and the most underutilized asset in the state of Connecticut. You read about and hear about what other states are doing with their tourism boards. They're staffed full time. I was shocked to hear, because I got invited to a bunch of hoteliers. It's an industry I don't know anything about. So you're sitting there and you listen, and there's all these, tournaments and things that we don't know about that actually happen that really help industry. It helps everybody in the surrounding area. Are you committed to staffing that full time with a real human with a phone and really taking it seriously? Because the first video that came out, what was it? Still Revolutionary in Connecticut. So it didn't have one picture of Fairfield County in the video, Representative Godfrey. It was shocking. Not one picture of Norwalk, the seaport. So it hasn't, you weren't there, it's not your fault. But it hasn't always been handled well, when I personally believe it is a major opportunity that we're not taking advantage.
So, couple questions in there. One, are we staffing it? So yes, we have a full-time tourism staff housed within DECD. And we have recently brought in really top-notch talent. We have Noelle Stevenson, who came in from Miami-Dade County and is bringing all the Miami energy to Connecticut. She's really revitalized the whole tourism program. I'm happy to share some statistics on that front, but the very short answer is yes, we have with Noelle, and then we also have a team under her, I think about 5 positions total, when she gets everyone staffed up, that will be dedicated entirely to tourism. And then I'm blanking on your other question.
That's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
I talk a lot too, so.
No, I apologize.
Do you find, just I'll move on to another subject, that the energy costs or the lack of capacity to, for natural gas, that is true, hinders your ability to attract companies or for economic development? We do have some of the highest rates in the country. We absolutely need more natural gas coming into the state of Connecticut for many industries, including electrical production. I didn't know how much that plays into when you're approaching a company or talking to somebody, how that plays.
Yeah, it's certainly a factor, and it's a really good question. So I think I view DECD as sort of the chief sales department of the state of Connecticut. We're out there selling the state in a whole lot of ways. One way is in trying to get businesses to come to the state. And we have a really strong partner, Advanced CT, I mentioned earlier. We have a strong partner in that effort. So like any salesperson, you're never going to be selling the perfect product that has every possible thing that your customer might be looking for, right? And so I view, when we're making that pitch to businesses to come here, I view, the electricity costs they're a challenge. They're a challenge when we're selling Connecticut, but we have to just make up for it in the rest of the pitch, right? Moving to a state has about 50 different factors that you're going to consider when you're moving to a state. And I don't think our energy costs are not one of the reasons that someone's going to move here. That's not the thing that's driving them to move here. So we have to just emphasize the 49 other things that we think we are competitive on, that we're strong on, and overcome the fact that our energy costs are not helping.
All right. When I first sat and I read the resume, I try to be transparent all the time. In fact, I'm almost too honest, people say. I don't always have a favorable opinion of DCD. It's not your fault or anybody's fault. It's just so that I feel like I'm out on the ground, and people like me are out on the ground. We're investing our money. We're struggling every day. This romantic notion that everybody helped us during COVID it irritates me slightly, because I'm sitting there going out of business, going broke, and sitting in a room wondering how the heck I'm going to survive the next 4 months. I actually lost the business during COVID. So it's not necessarily your fault, but I got to tell you, I thought you answered the questions really well today. I really do agree with you on a couple of big points. And I know I'm in the hospitality industry. That doesn't mean I'm oblivious to what else is going on in the world. I think arts and culture are so super important. It's such a driver. I take advantage personally of everything Connecticut has to offer, all the different theaters, and from the Wall Street Theater in Norwalk to Schubert, New Haven. We go to all of them. But also your thoughts on housing. We're starting to see, and they're building this massive apartment buildings, like sort of like they feel like they're right on top of the highway. And to me, it doesn't make any sense, right? They built a couple in Trumbull near a Merritt Parkway bridge that a bus can't even get underneath. So how are these people going to get in and out of here? We're actually really doing a disservice to Bridgeport, because, I might be a Trumbull representative, but as Bridgeport goes, so goes the area. People ask me all the time, well, how are you going to fix 95 or take it? Well, fix Bridgeport so people don't have to get on 95 to go to work in Stamford. Life would be a lot better for everybody. So I really think, and I'm not trying to burden the cities, I think it's actually a plus for these apartments to be built down near the train stations, to be built where these younger people, the workers we all need, because I need workers just like everybody else, and I don't have them, right? Need to be. So I thought it was really smart answers, and I was really impressed with that. It sort of changed my tone and tenor of my thinking for today. So with that, I'll stop because I talk too much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Arnone, who is virtual.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just had to step in because of the Lego conversation. Lego is a corporate partner in my town in Enfield. They have been for 50 years, and they've been a a very good corporate partner in our town, very generous to our town over the years. So I have to give them a little heads up for all that they've done. But, you know, they've gone through so much corporate restructuring over the 50 years that have been in our town. They were a manufacturing, they own a manufacturing plant as well as a shipping terminal and corporate offices. And now they have shrunk down to leasing half a building with another company. So, you know, a lot of these things you can't blame on the state of Connecticut for. It's more of the industry itself. The toy industry is huge competitive. They make a toy that is you still have to sit down and play with. It's not an electronic toy. It's not a video toy. And it's a relatively pricey toy. So I wish them all the best in their restructuring and hope that they can someday expand again instead of the road that they've been on lately. Just say that we've had Hallmark cards here too that we have left our town also for the same reasons as Legos, and that's who buys cards anymore. So with that, I just want to make the statement that we really have to keep enticing new ideas and new partners in the state of Connecticut, which is what I think is the main thing we need to do. So we have as Nantucket Community College, I know that Legos mentioned MIT. They're going to move down there, and I'm sorry to say we're not going to compete with MIT, but we do have the advanced manufacturing at our Nantucket Community College, which has been huge in this area, have supported so many business in the aerospace industry, so many from welding to our high school. We've have many of children coming out of high school going into that manufacturing program. And those are the things that if you can comment on, and I'm going to make one last statement too, that your office has been been excellent to me as a state representative here in Enfield. Anytime we have a new business, they always have questions on what can Connecticut do for us. So I call up economic development, and they're on Zoom with us within a couple of days. As a matter of fact, we're arranging one right now for a small business, small restaurant that is struggling right now, and we're going to see what we can also do for them. So on that end, I really hope you can keep up the good work and keep continuing to support our and advanced manufacturing and other school trade programs that we so need so badly in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
All right. Representative Gottfried, followed by Senator Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've got quite a big challenge ahead of you, as we've discussed. There's a couple of my colleagues who have already covered some areas that are concerned of mine. I appreciate Senator Duff. COVID changed things. COVID's not over. Later this afternoon, we'll be getting a report from the governor's office that will show hundreds of hospitalizations and dozens of deaths. It's not over. And I think there's this attitude about some people, oh, we need to get back to normal, meaning what it was like before COVID. It's never going to get back to that. There's no golden age we can go back to, whether it's before COVID or before World War II or, you know, anything like that. And one of the long-term consequences, not only to healthcare, but is the tendency for especially young people, but not exclusively them, to want to work remotely. They want to work from home. And that's, you know, that was normal before COVID. And I think managers we want to keep an eye on our employees. I got to be able to stand over their shoulder and watch them. So that's a big challenge that I think is going to have to be in your mix of considerations as things go on. And you know, I represent the downtown part of Danbury. I'm an urban legislator. The other two state representatives who live in Danbury are suburban legislators. One of the advantages Danbury has is that it's big geographically, so it can encompass both an urban area and a couple of suburban areas. And from that flow other issues. Representative Yacarino mentioned the idea of clusters. We've got a very strong STEM and bioscience related. Beringer Ingelheim is the obvious elephant in the room. They're huge. They do a great job. But New Vans and Danbury Hospital has research. There are small research developments, and that means you have to also keep an eye on educational opportunities to feed these industries, which include Western Connecticut State University, which actually has a fairly large bioscience number of majors. Naugatuck Valley Community College, healthcare. The Danbury school system, the high schools are going to this academy function where students can actually start choosing the careers and the professions they want to go into, and that will include STEM. So I, encourage you to keep an eye on those things because you have to cooperate. I get worried about the silos that happen in any executive branch, and I think we've touched on that before. We're less likely to be experts here in the legislature. We're all generalists. We have to deal with all of these kinds of issues. And even when I have small manufacturers that are into electroplating, those kind of things that have environmental problems related to it. And, Danbury used to be the hat city. You used mercury to make hats. Guess what's still in the ground, even though we haven't made a hat since like 1970. So I think Representative Yacarino mentioned that too. So your cooperation with these other departments is critical. A little more to the point, and for looking for some comments. Senator Duff also mentioned housing, and he's absolutely right. You can't get young people to move here anywhere if housing, the supply of housing is so small that it's been priced out of reach, and that's a real thing. Young people are looking for cities so they don't have to own a car. You can't get around Connecticut without a car. It took me almost 2 hours to drive in here today because 84 is a parking lot, a couple of spaces. But my dad was a railroad brakeman. His dad was a railroad engineer. I can't take a train from Danbury to Hartford for less than 5 or 6 hours. It's kind of bad when you're working on a place like this. You're not often here that long. And certainly if we go late, there's no trains back. So I can't use mass transit. And that's a shame too. So housing, there's two obstacles. One is race. We all know about that one. And the other is this ageism, for lack of anything else. We don't seem to like young people, and that's where the future is. And that's where the future of employment and jobs and professions are. It annoyed me. This is like a long time back. West Hartford, when it was coming up with that nice little downtown with restaurants and bars and music venues and places like that, a bunch of locals said, oh no, they're making too much noise. We have to shut everything down at 9 o'clock. And that just said to me, yeah, okay, you don't want young people to live here. That's another challenge. This is the future. And there's this attitude that in housing and entertainment, we don't want those kids here. That and we're going to have to help with that. And that includes, I think, the transit-oriented development. I'm going to want you especially to focus on TODs. They work. They don't require an awful lot of new infrastructure because you're just building denser populations, and especially housing, around existing railroad and bus stations, for example. Town of Bethel, just next to Danbury, has been very successful in promoting a TOD until this year. And all of a sudden, we had another group of people who lived there. You know, we don't want big apartment buildings. And they weren't particularly, they weren't even 100 apartments. They were like 40 apartments. That's another attitude problem you're going to have to overcome. Where does TOD fit in your view?
Yeah, so I appreciate a bunch of those topics. We'll start with TOD. The programs that we have in place for community development, I've mentioned a lot of them, just to repeat: CIF, Communities Challenge, Brownfields, all of those place a priority on transit-oriented development. So we have scoring systems. For some of them, we have scoring systems. For some, we just have, we don't. But for the ones where we have scoring systems, we are giving points absolutely for transit-oriented development, for infill in areas where there's already existing infrastructure. That's mostly refers to transit, but also refers to utilities and sidewalks and roads and that kind of thing. So it's a top priority for the agency to be focused on areas that already have transit and building as much as we can support in those areas. Just talking a little bit about the coordination with other departments, I want to emphasize again how key I see that function to my role. I have had the pleasure of developing really strong relationships with virtually all of the experts that Governor Lamont has appointed across his cabinet. And I couldn't ask for a better set of coworkers, honestly. It was one of the perks of the job that people don't realize is just what an amazing set of professionals across each of those agencies Governor Lamont has put in place. And I have strong working relationships, especially with the departments that are most relevant: housing, deep, transportation, Office of Workforce Strategy. I'm sure I'm forgetting others, but I pride myself on the ability to work across those agencies and not work in a siloed way. And then lastly, you talked a little bit about remote work, and there's no getting around remote work. There's no pretending it's not here to stay or not going to go back to something. And I think that my answer to that, and my thoughts on that, are very similar to the conversation we started out with today, which is just that we have to make our cities places that people want to go to and want to live in, not because they have to, because these days they don't really have to be anywhere for the most part. Their employer isn't telling them they have to be anywhere. So it's on us to make sure that our cities, our communities, it's not just our cities, our communities across the board are places where people want to be. They are proactively moving themselves there. And the employers are going to follow to the extent that they're in-person employers, or they're just going to be able to work for their employers wherever from our communities, ideally, because we've created such vibrant places to live.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I've seen that. I represent downtown Danbury, and there's been large apartment complexes built right on Main Street, across the street from each other. Hundreds of apartment ones, I think, had 400 apartments, plus the newer one has a couple hundred. That's a good thing, but a good politician that I am, I get a report from the Registrar of Voters every month, and I look to see the new voters in these complexes, and happily it says, and where they came from. And they're not coming from Danbury. They're coming from out of state, and they're coming from out of town. Now, when I go door knocking in my district, there's a lot of two-family apartment houses converted. But when I knock on the door and look at the mailbox, there's 6 different last names. And I know it's a 2-bedroom place, and these people aren't married to each other. So I think we've missed talking about and doing something about housing for people who already live here, want to move up a step, and can't. These the new construction in Danbury they're luxury apartments. They're very expensive. They're not working class for working class families. And I represent working class families. So this is constantly on my mind, and it has an economic development component. Clearly, when we mention businesses trying to relocate here, or to expand here, if they don't have places where their potential new employees can live, they're not going to expand here, and they're not going to move here. And Representative Retigliano, by the way, was right about Fairfield County seeming to be off the radar. And I put this up with this my entire life, so it's not like this is a new phenomenon. One of my colleagues at one point said, "Oh yeah, I was out at the grocery store and a constituent ran into me and said, 'Oh, you're my state representative,' and I felt pretty good about it. And then she asked, 'How are things in Albany?'" So, your predecessor came to Danbury once in his time. So, yeah, I agree with Representative Retigliano. A little bit more attention to Fairfield County outside of like Stamford and Bridgeport and Norwalk. I think Norwalk's pretty much in the same boat. You've got the same education overcrowding that Danbury does, and we've dealt with that. Representative Retigliano, I also think, brought up the idea of taxes. And let me tell you, the property taxes are a burden to businesses more than they are to any other sector on the private side. It's an 18th century idea that became popular in the 19th century, but it doesn't work anymore in the 21st century. You have 169 different tax rates around the state, and that also blocks economic development. When it's not like Connecticut is competing with Kentucky and California, it's like towns in Connecticut are competing with each other. And that's not good for overall economic development, consumer development, sprawl. All of these pieces are part of economic development. And your department has to be a part of the solutions, working with the other departments.
Yeah,
You'd
so I
like
just
to
want-
comment? I'm
Yeah.
certainly happy to hear it. That's the point of my long rant.
No problem. There are a lot of good different topics in there. I think the main thing I want to comment on is around, you mentioned making sure that we're serving existing residents and not just folks moving in from out of state. And it's a fine line to walk, because as I mentioned in my opening remarks, and I think has been discussed multiple times today, we do need to grow our population. That is going to be one of the key ways we're going to fill our 100,000 open jobs. It's just statistically not going to happen from our existing workforce. We need to grow the population. On the flip side, we absolutely want to make sure that the folks that are here already can afford to stay here and can afford to, like you said, move up the ladder a little bit. So back to, I don't have the magic wand of how to make this happen, but I totally agree with Senator Duff that the way to solve the problem of having affordable options for new residents and for existing residents is just create as much housing as possible. And I do think it should be spread. It should be concentrated where there's existing infrastructure, but there's existing infrastructure in every community. Every community has a downtown. Every community has a main street. So that doesn't, just because I'm talking about downtowns doesn't mean I'm saying it can only be in 3 cities that are big. I think it should be throughout the state. It should be of varying types physically and of varying price points. I wish I could tell you that I have the master plan of how to make that happen. I don't, but I know that's where we need to get.
Yeah. And I think it was the governor that said, and I kind of liked it, we don't need more taxes, we need more taxpayers. And there are too many burdens, especially in the housing area, to kind of meet that goal. So I'm hoping that the governor and all of his cabinet officials can work with each other to deal with these obstacles, that are preventing more economic development. I think we all read Dan Har's column this morning. Obviously, hearing the Lego related and the people are still leaving Connecticut, although he didn't explain why. People in my age category is because they're moving to Florida or Arizona or someplace where there's no snow, although we haven't had any snow yet this year, really. So, but thank you very much for your service. Thank you very much. I really appreciate a number of your comments and your goals and your commitment to them. We have a long way to go, and I'm hoping we can help you achieve them. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Senator Hartley, followed by Senator Summers, who's virtual.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah, almost. Yeah. So first of all, Alexandra, I want to congratulate you, but I want to also tip my hat to Governor Lamont. You know, he has actually in the launching of this second administration taken a lot of deputies and made them commissioners, and that doesn't always happen. And I think that is really important. And it's an important statement. First of all, you, as some of your colleagues are seasoned, having been there, I'm looking at your resume. I guess you've been here since 20, is that right?
Yeah, about 3 years.
Yeah. But, and it was 3 intense years,
Mhm.
I'll point out. And so in other departments as well, we see deputies moving up to be commissioners, and they bring experience. That institutional knowledge is irreplaceable. We're seeing it now in many respects with the silver tsunami, with all the retirements and so forth. So kudos to the governor and congratulations to you. I'm pleased to see you with this title in this spot. And I know the challenges that you face. You know, right out of the box, we've had a few of these not so happy announcements. But let me just say that I'm concerned that we are at this juncture where we are losing our advantage. So there was a silver lining for the state of Connecticut with COVID. We were in that sweet spot. People were working at home. They didn't want to do, you know, the commutes into the city, the congestion, living in, you know, the stackable apartments and so forth. They came in, they rented, they saw our school systems, they liked it. And they stayed, many of them stayed. But now we're seeing, and of course, the reports are that, for example, in the manufacturing sector, they're reporting that they are now at a place where their employment is better than it was pre-COVID. That's manufacturing, but not so in other sectors. And we understand the challenges about, you know, the workforce and bringing people back into the workforce. But then, you know, we're also tracking, quite frankly, our out-migration, and we're seeing those reports too. So, I mean, just generally, do you want to comment on that? I'm worried we're losing this advantage, this edge where we are right now.
So I think it would be a mistake for us to have our future economic development strategy be based on the advantages that were specific to a pandemic. So it was something we took great advantage of, to your point, in the 2-3 years of the pandemic, where there was just rapid movement of people from one place to another because of, you know, global changes. But our strategy going forward, I think, should be based on more fundamentals that we know to be true about Connecticut and about our workforce and our quality of life and our relative cost of living. And so I think whether the moment of that pandemic impetus is probably coming to an end, but our ongoing strategy is not going to try to hang on to that. We're going to build on what we have still, and that's not specific to the pandemic. Specifically, we have a workforce here that is possibly the strongest workforce in the country, depending on how you slice it. We have 47% of our workforce has an advanced degree. And we're the third most advanced degrees per capita of any state in the country. And our education system we have the second best public education system in the country, and the best community college and state college system in the country. So those things they're not due to the pandemic, and they're not going to go away once the pandemic is over. Those are just fundamentals about Connecticut that we need to capitalize on, and we need to keep pitching, so to speak. And I think another key way that we need to frame Connecticut's competitive advantage is around our relative value. So you hear lots of states pitching themselves as low cost states, you know, Texas, Florida, it's just low cost. That's what they're pitching. And you're not going to hear us pitch Connecticut as low cost, clearly. You're going to hear us talk about high value. And there's two components to the value. There's the numerator and the denominator. The numerator is what you're getting out of it. What's the benefit of being here, being in the state? And I talked about our workforce, talked about our education, talked about the quality of life and the variety of lifestyles that you can have in Connecticut. We have amazing suburbs, we have increasingly amazing cities, and we have rural communities. So there's the wide array of environments in which to live in Connecticut. That's all on that numerator piece, the value you're getting out of the state. And on the denominator side, what does it cost to be here? We're not low cost, but we are low cost relative to our peer sets, to our peer states. You know, we're not being shopped. Our competitive advantage, I'm not thinking of our competitive advantage as it relates to Texas and Arizona, to be honest. You know, that's not who we're getting compared to a lot when we're out talking to businesses and they're considering where to move. Really, for the most part, most of our pitches, most of our discussions with businesses are about a certain set of peer states in the Northeast. And we are relatively still very cost effective compared to New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, on a whole bunch of factors. You know, office space is 2 times as much in New York as it is in Stanford. Lab space is 2 times as expensive as it is in 2 times as expensive in Boston as it is in New Haven. Those are real benefits that a company is going to see to their bottom line. So I think our competitive advantage going forward has to be based on the fundamentals that were here before the pandemic, that will be here after the pandemic, and that we need to make sure we're selling the heck out of when we're out and about trying to move businesses to Connecticut and make sure they understand that value proposition.
I hear you, and I don't disagree with you. But I would like to add, so, you know, when we're out there talking about our value propositions and so forth, and I have felt this way through this administration and previous administrations, one of the things we don't do is we end up clustering our investments, and we leave important first tier, second tier, third tier cities out. When we had First 5 and we had SBX, you know, my comment always was that in the criterias, we needed to look at unemployment. That had to be a trigger, because if you have employment, then you begin to reap the harvest in so many other ways in a community. I think one of Representative Retigliano said, you know, as the city goes, so goes the suburb. That is so true. I lived that in my own community, when in fact, the rating houses actually to the surrounding suburbs came out and said proximity to, and that's how they based their assessments on. But it has been the practice through the department that, you know, we end up clustering our investments. And I will say that there are 2 of the 5 largest cities in this state of Connecticut that have been left out totally and completely. And you can see that by just driving through them. And I've asked over the years of what's the plan to deal with that. The investments in those communities will then reverberate through the surrounding areas. And so when I talk to Advanced CT, you know, and I get it, I understand what your game plan is, but it always ends up in clustered areas. And we are leaving out some main urban centers to the demise of our workforce, to, you know, every sector there is. So anyway, before I start ranting, I'm going to get off that because I've been talking about that forever. But I do want to leave this with you, that I am looking to see what the department's plan is on reinvesting in our downtowns. There are levels and tiers to do that. And it has to be done. And folks, I think Representative Godfrey talked about remote work. So we did task the department, you sitting in that chair, to give us a study and report on remote work. In fact, I think it was pre-pandemic. It was about 19. I'm going to just be candid. It was a flat tire. Okay. I did not get anything. We need to have a decisive plan about remote work that then translates into the reinventing of our downtowns. And the communities need help in doing this. And you all were great during the pandemic. You were available, you were boots on the ground, personally and remotely and so forth. And, you connected with our businesses and so forth. So, I have nothing but, kudos for you on that. But, we're in this place. Now I'd like to ask another question specifically, and maybe you can share with us what we're about to see, I think, and that was one of the other bodies of work we asked the department, we tasked them with, was to come back to us with a plan regarding childcare businesses. We learned upfront and vividly that childcare is an important sector of our community. And we lost thousands of them during the pandemic. And then we hear from our Commissioner of Early Childhood, that apparently 70% of that industry is private sector. And so the state slots are, obviously the fewer in the minority, but anyway, I don't know if there's something you could share with us right now in terms of, how are we going to boost that industry?
Yeah, so thank you, Senator. So I apologize. I'm not familiar with the content of the report, or have we submitted that report yet? Okay, February 1st. So I apologize. I have not engaged with that report yet. And so I don't know what the specific recommendations are going to be that come out of there. But I will say that the private sector childcare businesses are great candidates for the small business programs that we have. It's and certainly a top priority industry for the small business program. So we've mentioned earlier the Small Business Boost Fund, which is low interest loans specifically targeted at small businesses that are looking to oftentimes take a first loan. So I think our existing programs, whether it's the Small Business Boost for loans or some of the other technical support that I mentioned, that is just to help basically get off the ground, and even way before you're able to take a loan, to get off the ground, to get ready to even apply for a loan. Those technical assistance programs would, again, be great places for childcare businesses, private sector childcare businesses, to get support and funding from the state.
Thank you. We await February 2nd, whatever that is. Going back in the late 90s, the state of Connecticut launched an early childhood program. And we were one of the first in the country to do that. In fact, the First Lady came here for the unveiling of our program, the early childhood program. And at that point, it was something that was so intangible, and we were using evidence-based research, which showed that, for every $1 invested, there would be a return of $7 invested in early childhood. We created a whole system whereby it addressed infrastructure, actual job, salary, title, credentialing. We actually moved the state of Connecticut from a model where it was all home care, child care. We were reimbursing relatives, boyfriends for watching children. And we then had a credential-based system, which has, really scaled and really proven the investment was more than worth it. And so with regard to childcare businesses, that's the kind of thing that we need to see. Not a flash in the pan, but an entire structure, an entire program that deals with all pieces of it. I'm going to just reference one of your other comments, which was really important, and I thank you for bringing it up, and that is your interface with other departments. That is so crucial for DECD, and you named a few of them, and I'm just going to highlight two of them, and that is OWS and DEEP. DEEP, and I'll be specific with you, right now we are awaiting, after 24 plus months of work on this transition to release-based, and we are still not there. One of the things that is so important, we started this talking about commercial and industrial properties. It is not residential, because then you will be talking about every person who had an oil tank or a swimming pool. And so we got to make sure we've got the guardrails on this. And the other important thing, and you got to hang in till we get this done, is the LEPs. We put together a system. Those are licensed environmental professionals. They're engineers by and large, where we rely upon them to go in and to do the site characterizations. And so many times they have been, in all honesty, shackled to do their job because they feel that if they didn't please the department, they would not then continue to be employable, in all honesty. So, but so if we're going to really use that program, we credential them. They have, they have to meet certain professional standards. That's their job. And so whatever their assessments are, they ought to be empowered to do this for the department, because once again, we're talking about workforce shortages that will then translate into moving these properties, because we have so much pent up anticipation for this change right now. And so my last comment about this is the department contemplating any additional infusion into the brownfields program as we begin to go into this new model of release base, which hopefully will, open up a competitive process and begin to move a lot of industrial and commercial real estate.
So we have requested additional funding, $25 million per year.
But that's what we've always done.
It has been, it's consistent with the last couple of years. That's correct.
Yeah,
So-
that's just, we always, and we bring it right down to the penny. We use every single penny, every single time. So 25 is what we've been doing. And if this, I mean, we're talking about trying to bring these, to the regs committee this year.
So 25 has been, you're right, we have been seeing demand for 25 pretty consistently over the last couple of years. I think if, we currently have a $4 million per project cap in the brownfields program. So it's not designed, and rightly or wrongly, it's not currently designed to deal with these sort of mega projects that might be opened up by a release-based system, or just mega projects that exist regardless around the state. And so I think we're currently, it's designed to hit just below the mega projects. $4 million is a lot of money. It can go a long way. And we're impacting a staggering amount of acreage with our brownfields program. But in order to hit some of these mega legacy sites, I agree, additional funds would be necessary. It's not in DECD's current proposal. We're have to just sort of balance out the budgeting process and the capital bonding process, and defer to the legislature and the governor ultimately on what the right amount of funding is there. But 25, I think, is really the right number to continue with the strong program that we have today, and with the mandate that we have today to impact a large number of sites and make a big difference on a large number of sites. I agree, if we're going to start hitting the bigger sites that have much bigger price tags, it would require more capital.
Yeah, so I disagree that the 25 is the right amount.
Sorry,
but
25 is the right amount for our
Yeah.
current program.
Yeah. And this is a much longer conversation, and I don't want to monopolize all your time, and you've been very helpful and gracious. Okay, so we're all about trying to be business friendly, and we know what our Achilles are and so forth. And it's so important for you working with your other agencies, and one of them is OWS. And I'm going to just put this on your radar too. Apparently, there is now a new initiative to change the unemployment data points that are reported, I think, on a quarterly basis. We now, I think, ask for 3, and that's the norm nationally. This plan that if you're not familiar with it, I asked you to become familiar with it, is now going to ask for like 15. There will be no other state in the United States that'll be asking this of employers. They are not equipped to do this. It is going to be a huge burden. And beyond that, some of the data points are, in my estimation, very sensitive and inappropriate. So we'll have to have some conversations about it, but it is one of the most anti-business things that I have seen more recently. And I'm a little bit confused about it, in all honesty. And then, Alexandra, there's one last thing I would like to mention, and that is, and we talked a little bit about this the other day. So the CHIPS legislation, the
Mhm.
federal legislation that's out there, and is, still being rolled out. So I'm being told that, and I know, get it, state does not, we are not a semiconductor manufacturing state producer. So where's our niche in terms of being able to participate and play with this incredible opportunity? And it seems to be research and development with our universities, which is our strong suit in all honesty. But I looked at that work group and it looks to me like it's just DECD and advanced CT. Are the universities in there too? Because I didn't see that.
Yeah, absolutely. I apologize if that wasn't included. So I agree. First, I agree with you. R&D is the place that we think we can play in any CHIPS Act application. And we're still early on because the guidelines, the NOFAs haven't actually been published yet for the CHIPS Act. So we don't know what the programs, what the funding is going to be geared towards, what the requirements are. But for sure, we are working with, I believe, both UConn and Yale. They may not be on the list of coming to the meetings every week, and I apologize if that was excluded, but making sure that there's got to be an academic component to whatever application we put in, especially if it's an R&D application, but basically no matter what, these the federal programs really like to see. I'm painting with a broad brush, but it's very important to generally have an academic partner when you're applying for these innovative funds. And so we'll have either UConn or Yale or more at the table when we think about a CHIPS Act strategy.
Yeah, and on that note, I mean, I think it's so important that, and once again, your office is pivotal to be able to do this, to really shake the tree and get all of our higher education entities involved and playing together. And some of them, you want to talk about silos, have just been in their own cocoons. And, I was hopeful because we had some personnel movement, in some of those institutions. I haven't seen it yet. I'm hoping it's going to happen that, we now are coming together, getting rid of, our competitive attitude and being more collaborative. So, I mean, I guess for the CHIPS, I mean, there may be a part for us on legacy parts and replacement. I mean, we do that. And I don't know if there's, something there that we can do, but I'm sure that you're going to flush this out. And we have seen other states now that are putting state kind of incentives out there, kind of like when we did the opportunity zones, the federal opportunity zones, we enacted here in the state of Connecticut, a series of incentives to try to also scale that opportunity. So I guess that's what I'm waiting to hear from you all, that, there should be those kinds of initiatives. Once again, I understand, we are not the manufacturer of the product.
No, but I appreciate all your input. And from our meeting last week, we took that back to the group, to especially the idea that about tax credits, which I don't think the group had yet considered. And so that was super helpful. Yeah, we're early, but we'll absolutely keep you informed about what the direction is that where we think we're most competitive to win. And that's the strategy with all these federal applications, is figuring out where is Connecticut's niche, where with the players that we do have in the state, with the academic institutions that we do have in the state, how do we put that all together to put together the best application compared to our 49 other states? And we don't have the answer yet. I'm hopeful that we'll come up with a really competitive application and keep you posted.
Yeah, no, and I have every confidence that, you'll have this on the front burner. And then just one last thing, I keep watching that line on our STR and our SBIR numbers. And, that's another place you talk about trying to capitalize on every federal opportunity. We think we got a lot of room to grow there. And I know you're on the CT Next board. So, yeah, waiting to see that.
I haven't mentioned too much today, but we have so many partners in the business support world, including CT Next, including SBDC, the Small Business Development Center. And so, working with all those groups to try to make sure we're taking advantage of all the federal programs, STIR, all that you mentioned, is definitely a priority, because it's, why not bring federal money into the state rather than have it be state money or municipal or local money? So I agree with you that should be top front and center.
Thanks so much, and congratulations to you. Look forward to your leadership.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Senator.
Alexandra. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Summers, virtually followed by Representative Perillo.
Yes, good morning or afternoon. I appreciate all of what was discussed here today, and I do agree with many of the speakers on different subjects, so I won't repeat the same questions. But I wanted to ask you first, welcome, congratulations on your nomination. I think, you and I have spoken. I think you are going to be terrific at this job. You are open and available for all of us for many questions. I have two different topics that I'd just like to touch base on. Tourism is number one. As the co-chair of the Tourism Caucus, that is a very important area. I agree with some of the other comments made. I think we have a very large opportunity to expand and showcase Connecticut's offerings for tourism, which is a huge economic driver. With that being said, I'd like to be able to impress upon you how important it is in some areas, and I will pick on an area I represent, which is one of the #1 tourist destinations in Connecticut, Mystic, which helps attract people to Connecticut. And then we have an opportunity to showcase the other wonderful areas that we have here in Connecticut. But if we can get them here to Mystic, then we can show them all the other great things Connecticut has to offer. So we are really pushing for a tourism center in Mystic so that we can welcome people that are coming here anyway, but then be able to showcase everything that Connecticut has to offer right within that facility that we have a space for, right in the heart of downtown Mystic. We see 1.8 million visitors every year. So it is really a catalyst for additional tourism throughout our state. And I would like to, just continue the conversation with you concerning that. I did have a question. We talked a little bit about the development program and also CT Next. I would like your thoughts on, we heard a lot about you invest or prioritize those that have transportation and sidewalks and are already ready with infrastructure. I am concerned with that approach, and I understand it, but there are many towns that are rural that don't have downtowns. I heard you say every town has a downtown. That is not true for many of the rural areas in Connecticut, and they are left behind. They are left out because they don't have an opportunity. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the sidewalks, but they do have great economic development needs. And so how do you balance some of our rural communities that really need attention, that could have the ability to grow economically, but they are left out of the conversation? We tend to focus, as you've heard, in clusters and in certain cities. And many times there are opportunities that are lost because our rural communities are really not given, in my opinion, a fair shake to apply for these grants. That's the same thing for CT Next. If you look at where the money has gone for CT Next in this last tranche that was just handed out and previously, there's nearly nothing that's coming to Eastern Connecticut. And that's a concern for me. So I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Sure. No, thank you for those questions. So I think on the specific point about every town has a downtown, I should clarify, every town has an area where there's a concentration of activity and a concentration of density. And that when you hear downtown, when you hear density, you might be picturing, we all might be picturing big buildings, trains, sirens, whatever. I'm really focused on just capitalizing on the assets that a community already has. And so we have made investments in our programs that are focused on infill and focused on transit-oriented development. They have made investments in smaller communities, won't necessarily see rural communities, but in communities that you wouldn't necessarily think of as having a downtown. So our Communities Challenge program, which we spoke about earlier, it has a mandate of transit oriented development, but we didn't only invest near transit. We invested in Killingly and Winstead and in Berlin, and all in areas that had some concentration of activity within those communities. But whether you would call it a downtown the way we all think of trains and buses and whatever, probably not. They just are the places where people congregate, the areas of town where people spend more time, et cetera. And they do have some of the infrastructure that you're referencing. All that being said, if a town wants to build more infrastructure and they're not a good fit for one of these community challenge programs, there are programs, they're fewer, and I'm not discounting that, but there are programs for our smaller towns, for our more rural towns, especially the STEEP program, which just, I think, a couple weeks ago announced its a round of recipients, and DECD administers those grants. We don't actually run the application process, so I can't speak in too much detail to the criteria and to eligibility and all that, but that is a good avenue for towns who want to invest in infrastructure where it may not be in their downtown area to the extent that they have one, or where it may not fit perfectly into another DECD program. The STEEP program has been a great resource for that.
Yeah, the STEEP program is very limited in its funding, and it's all based on what the governor decides on the STEEP grants. So I would like to see going forward, and I think you're going to be terrific at this job, but our rural communities have economic development needs, and they will never be able to grow economically and help reduce their tax burdens if they are not given some attention besides our cities. So we need to be able to balance both. And there's many, I don't consider, actually, compared to some of the towns that are in the northeastern part of the state or the northwestern part of the state, Berlin would not be what I would consider a rural town. So if you can just keep that in mind as you are developing your policies, that would be greatly appreciated. And also on the funding for CT Next that we talked about, I speak with some of the board members on CT Next. They're concerned and upset that all of the money seems to be going and directed in certain areas and parts of the state that I don't need to name, but that none of the funds are really, or none of the focus really is in Eastern Connecticut. And we have, and I'm talking, east of the Connecticut River. So not just my particular area. So I would like to see a more equitable distribution of those funds in the future also. So I don't know if you want to comment on that or the tourism part that we spoke about, but I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to having this open dialogue. And I had a very good relationship with the former commissioner. He was in our district quite often and did a great job. And I look forward to having that same relationship with you. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I will briefly comment. I don't have a ton of, I've sat on the CT Next board for 3 weeks now. And so I don't have a ton of context on the program that you're referencing, and I apologize. But I think making sure that the funds are not earmarked for any one particular area, but are just going out based on merit, I'm sure is the goal of the program. And I want to make sure that that continues to happen, and that it's not overlooking areas structurally in any way. And on the tourism front, yeah, I couldn't agree with you more about how important tourism is, and especially in southeastern Connecticut. And we're investing. As we spoke a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the Tourism Caucus's goals, I think you think that we're on the right track. I think we're on the right track. I think we've been really investing heavily with great results in our tourism budget and our tourism efforts over the last year. And that's a priority for me. One of the 4 priority areas that I mentioned in my testimony, tourism is definitely up there in that priority category, not just to bring people to the state to visit, but maybe they come to the state, they visit, they fall in love, and they move here. So we got to keep that in mind as well.
Yes, my last question was, have you given any thought, I luckily am honored to have some of the largest employers also in my district, with Electric Boat and Pfizer are both in my district. But one of the things, an Electric Boat struggles with finding housing for their new engineers and designers that they're pulling from all over the country to finish these government contracts that are, long lasting and decades worth of work. Have you given any thought to trying to incentivize employers to create their own workforce housing? I've seen that done in other states and it seems to have worked well. And there are some, very large advantages to that, through tax incentives or, grant programs where they could help to develop this workforce housing for their workers coming in.
So I think that I love that question. That is, in a previous life, I worked for a real estate developer that actually built workforce housing on a small scale, but it's an area of great interest and passion of mine. And very specifically, I was at Electric Boat 2 weeks ago, speaking to their head of people and operations about just how hard it has been to recruit to the area. And the first question as a result of housing. And the first thing I said was, have you considered building housing on the parking lot that I'm looking at right there out the window? Have you?
Oh, no, they need the parking lot, but.
Or wherever. Have you considered building your own housing? And the answer was yes. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn on behalf of
No.
Electric, but they're
They
thinking.
had said they're interested, they're forced, but said, geez, we might have to get into the real estate business. So, if there was a program to incentivize through, maybe it's tax credits, something, to be able to incentivize not just large employers, but even smaller employers, some of our hoteliers, tourism. The pricing for rentals is, everybody knows, is staggering high. So if there was some kind of program, we may get more movement in having people. I don't really like workforce housing. I don't like that term, but for the housing, for mixed use housing, for even perhaps municipalities that want to find housing for teachers or for their new police officers. It's just, I think, a creative economic tool that we should explore. And I'm really excited that you come from that world, because I think we can expect some interesting concepts from you.
Yep, I think any proposal, a lot of our existing programs would be good places for a model like this. We have a lot of funds, and if an employer came to us and looked for community challenge funds or community investment funds, et cetera, that application would likely score off the charts. So I think even within our existing programs, there's an opportunity for employers to come to us with these types of creative models. I'm also open to new programs and would love to, brainstorm with you anytime, Senator.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, moving along, Representative Perillo.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And this has been long, so I don't want to drag it out. But a lot of discussion today about priorities, about transit-oriented development, density, true economic development drivers, and the role that the state government, specifically state funding, can play in that. And I think we're all in agreement about a lot of that here today. You'll be shocked to hear that as legislators, sometimes we talk out of both sides of our mouth. And what we say today may not be what we want to do tomorrow. So, just to sort of set, honestly, expectations for municipalities that are applying, for grants through your agency, should they expect millions of dollars for a football field? Should they expect $100,000 for a gazebo, neither of which have a real economic development benefit?
Well, I think the past awardees of all these projects can help answer your question. And I can say we have not been funding with the funds I've mentioned today, Brownfields, Community Challenge, Community Investment Fund. We have not been funding largely recreational type uses. We've really been focused on projects that have a very measurable ROI. Not that those projects don't have benefits for their community, but we've been focused on projects that have housing units, office space, manufacturing space, retail and hospitality space, spaces that generate economic activity. And that's what municipalities should continue to expect out of the programs in particular that I mentioned. So I appreciate the question, because we do feel sometimes we get an application for a use that just doesn't quite fit the program, and it's an application that people spend a lot of time on, and we regret to basically reject it really quickly because of the lack of fit. And so I think if municipalities can continue to target their applications to exactly what we're trying to incentivize, it's just better for everyone and there'll be less disappointment.
Well, and it's just a practical question for us as well. I mean, I can't count the number of times, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree. You get a call from your municipal CEO and they say, hey, we put this grant in, can you put in a good word for it? And you read it and you realize, well, this doesn't apply at all. So it's just good to hear that there's some alignment there. And so that we know as legislators, we can honestly go back to whoever asked for our support locally and say, honestly, the agency is trying to be pretty true to their mission here, and this just doesn't fit.
Yeah. We appreciate that partnership for sure.
Thank you. And best of luck.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from committee members? Representative Yakarino.
I apologize. One last question.
No problem.
Brownfield is something that we're an old state, industrial state. Was something you're targeting to help businesses, get to do business. That was my only question. Brownfields. You have a plan.
Just a plan. Oh, sorry. Yes, even though it's been a long morning, I'm thrilled that you asked about Brownfields, probably my favorite program. And people make fun of me for I need to get a life. I like Brownfields too much. So I love that program. It's the program I started running when I first started at the agency. And it's just near and dear to my heart because it's a program where we put in a small percentage of the capital stack and get huge outsized rewards. We have revamped it in the last couple of years to be more competitive and less about first come, first serve, and more about taking specific rounds and comparing projects apples to apples to make sure that we're not just, you don't just get in the door because you happen to be the first one to apply. That was one innovation. And that way we're really raising the bar on the quality of applications that we're funding. And also really prioritizing the developer skin in the game. Skin in the game came up earlier. I can't remember when, but really prioritizing developer and municipal skin in the game in those applications so that it's not just the state cleaning up a site, putting in all the money and hoping that someone might make use of it. We're making sure that there's a developer at the table in 99% of the cases at the time of application so that we know we're going to put in the state money and then the developer is going to be right there to put in all that. And they invest alongside the state too. I don't mean to make it sound sequential. They invest alongside the state in the beginning, and then they put in that follow-on investment to turn it into apartments, offices, whatever. So we've done a lot to change the program over the last couple of years. I'm extremely proud of it, as you can tell, and we're going to continue with that same strategic direction going forward.
I appreciate that. And I'm sure you work with federal delegation if need be for dollars. And that was my only question, last question. Yes, our federal delegation. There's federal dollars sometimes for this.
There are federal dollars sometimes, yes. The brownfields, the 25 million we were referencing earlier is all state bonding. But yes, there are EPA programs. There's a lot of other funding available for brownfields. And our Office of Brownfields Remediation works closely with EPA and with DEEP to make sure that none of those programs are working in silos.
Thank you so much. I think you're going to do a terrific job. And thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, both chairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hartley.
Thank you. Hey, Alexander, you got to excuse me here, but
No problem.
I had to ask this on brownfields. This is really important. So on those larger projects, and we've talked a little bit about this. So you go in and it's capped at 2 million. And then you have to do the remediation in phases, which means you have to apply again and you have to go back to the program. Each time you do that, you've got to go back and do your phases 1, phase 2. And so you're repeating that. And so that's like money lost. It's duplicative. And I would like to maybe try to see some kind of a opportunity when you've got a large program and it goes in and it's doing it in segments that we don't have to keep the repeating expense, because it's those dollars, as we just talked about, there's not enough of them.
Yep. No, I agree with you. I think the moral of the story here is the program is not designed for these larger scale projects, the sort of mega projects. And so I think the way it's really designed to hit a larger number of sites that are slightly smaller scale. And it is not optimized for efficiency when you're going back again and again for these bigger projects. I think there's benefits to the way it's currently set up, but I can see the need, especially in areas like Waterbury and Bridgeport, where we have just these mega, and all over the state, where we have sites that really are, the price tag is staggering, and the 25 million, it would take up a big percentage of the 25 million that we have every year. So I'm very open to proposals and of how to approach those bigger sites, working within our Office of Brownfields Remediation. We have the staff, we have the capabilities. We just don't currently have the funding and program targeted towards bigger sites, but we could take those projects on if we did have that, a new program, a new funding that was designed to be taking bigger things on at once.
I hear you, but I think we've got to make some changes here because in our large cities, that's what they are. I mean, we were the industrial, mecca of the Northeast. Waterbury was the brass center of the world. And that's what we have now, is just the vestiges of, those brass industrialists, those giants. And so these programs they have to go back in order to, you have a complete cleanup and have a platform, ready to get back onto the tax rolls. And so I think we've got to look at that because that's the reality of what we've got in our core cities. And it's in other areas as well. So when you've got a project that's large and they're going in, for the grant, and that they have to come back again, there ought to be some kind of clause and consideration so we don't have to have the repeat expenses on going back. I mean, I think that would help us to maximize our brownfield dollars. So
yeah, I'm not sure if it's 2 million per round currently and 4 million per project. I'm not actually sure if that's statutory or just sort of a DECD program policy guideline. We can certainly take a look at it and just recognize the trade-off of if we're doing bigger projects and spending more per project, then fewer projects are going to get done, and just have to weigh that consideration.
thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. Chairman Duff.
Thank you. Not to belabor anything. I just want to talk one more time on housing to point of Representative Godfrey's point as well, which I meant to say earlier and I forgot. But, we talk about the moving vans that was mentioned in an article in the paper today. People have been moving out of the Northeast when they get older for decades. This is not something brand new. This is my Aunt Jackie from the late 1970s moved to Florida because it was warmer. She was sick of winters in Long Island. And so this is not something that is brand new. People have been moving because it is lower taxes, but I would argue nobody moves to South Carolina or Florida or some of those other states for good schools or for lower crime rate or for great water. They move here because we have a great workforce, great opportunities, and good quality of life. But people retire, sometimes they downsize and they move. That happens, it's life. But we spend a lot of money educating our kids in now early childhood education. We spend a lot of money educating our kids in secondary schools with our ECS formula. We spend a lot of money subsidizing UConn and our community colleges and our state universities. It is incumbent upon us not to lose that talent and waste that money that we've spent on that generation or all these generations by having them go to the schools and then getting a job someplace else in another state because they cannot find housing. So that's why I think it is important and one of the top priorities for this legislature and the governor and this department and others to look at housing as an economic driver. I used to have a healthy debate with one of my former colleagues about whether or not housing is an economic driver. And you alluded to it in your questioning and answer as well. It is an economic driver, which is why I think we really have to make sure that we're focused on this issue and build those tens of thousands of units that we have to, because employers will not come here if they don't have the workforce, and college students, college graduates will leave Connecticut if they cannot find affordable housing because they can get a job someplace else. I think it's that simple. Maybe it's not. In my opinion, I think it's that simple. It takes money, takes courage, it takes will to do it in all of our communities, but we got to get it done. So, and I know you're committed to that, but I wanted to just tie that bow on there and make sure that we put that on the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Any other questions or comments from committee members? No. All right. So now I can finally ask my 6 or so
Oh, yeah.
question. No, I'm just kidding. I just have one question for you. Before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past they believe might prove embarrassing to the committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
Nope.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much.
All right, moving right along, we have the third item on our agenda for the public hearing, which is another Senate resolution. It's the reappointment of Nancy Navarrete of Hamden as Commissioner of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Where are my notes here? If you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, Chairpersons Duff and Concepcion, Ranking Member Yacarino, and other distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. I am Nancy Navarrete. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Definitely appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. It's an honor to be nominated by Governor Lamont to continue to serve as the Commissioner of DEMIS. Thank you to Governor Lamont for his nomination and for the confidence in my leadership. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut, and I've been so proud to lead the Connecticut Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. I've been serving in this role of Commissioner since the summer of 2021 as interim and acting, and then followed by an official appointment last year. I'm going to provide a little context, if you will, to introduce the scope of the department. We are a behavioral healthcare agency, and we provide services to over 100,000 adult Connecticut residents living with psychiatric and substance use disorders every single year. The individuals we serve would not otherwise have access to services. They are usually underinsured or uninsured. As Commissioner, I lead over 3,000 staff members as they provide prevention and health promotion resources across the lifespan. So that part of our responsibility is lifespan from youth all the way to seniors, as well as quality adult behavioral health services at 2 state-run hospitals. Those are in Middletown, and 6 community-based local mental health authorities, or LMHAs, some with multiple locations. I also collaborate with over 175 community providers, 7 of which are also local mental health authorities on the private nonprofit side, to ensure that the most vulnerable Connecticut residents have a choice of individualized behavioral health care services which support recovery and wellness. This is the partnership that makes up the full continuum of the DEMIS services. In my tenure as Commissioner, I have been actively addressing challenges facing the Connecticut behavioral health system and the health of our residents. Given the public health crisis related to opioids and the lethal prevalence of fentanyl, we have mobilized the department to save lives. For example, the department has been meeting its naloxone saturation goals of distributing over 30,000 naloxone kits across the state. We also, for example, partner with the Department of Correction to ensure inmates have access to medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, during incarceration. Naloxone at discharge is very important for them to be equipped with naloxone once they're transitioning into the community, and recovery coaches to help with these transitions. We have funded and trained state-operated and community providers to offer MAT, medication-assisted treatment. And now all of our state-operated facilities offer MAT, as the importance of integrated care is very important to me. I feel this is essential, and it's really been prioritized. DEMIS serves several special populations. So we serve young adults, we served pregnant and parenting women, individuals who are unstably housed, individuals that are also involved with the criminal justice system. Some of that program that we have advanced in the past several years under my leadership include the recovery and health of pregnant and postpartum women impacted by substance use disorder and mental illness. For example, we have peer navigators or coaches who support women and their household members, whoever they define as a member of their household, in creating a plan to address individual and family behavioral health needs and connect women to medical providers, including prenatal care, employment, housing, and recovery supports. In addition, we've brought up the Innovative Access Mental Health for Moms program, and that is a unique program in that it links and extends our reach by connecting OBGYNs, primary care providers with real-time consultation with perinatal psychiatrists, so that if a woman shows up in an office, there's access to consultation through a health hub immediately for questions about practices, screening, evidence-based practices, screening, and treatment. If we support our medical providers in caring for individuals living with behavioral health needs, we improve access. And of course, there's a potential to reduce health disparities. If confirmed as commissioner, I will continue to be a good steward of the public dollar, ensuring resources that are allocated to DEMIS provide treatment, recovery, and recovery supports for individuals in the communities of their choice. The implementation of 24/7 mobile crisis, the new suicide helpline, which is 988, which I'm sure you've heard about, and the expansion of peers in the behavioral health workforce will continue to be a priority for me. I will lead in addressing the opioid crisis and look forward to effectively co-chairing the Opioid Settlement Committee. It's my goal to work to ensure the state-operated physical plants where individuals receive services have access to the tools of modern healthcare by implementing an electronic health record, increasing access to Wi-Fi, and improving environments of care. I think everyone deserves to be able to receive healthcare in an environment that is modernized. These priorities fit with my vision for destigmatized integrated healthcare systems, one which exists in culturally informed therapeutic environments and supports engagement and long, healthy lives for the people we serve. As you hear, our opportunities in behavioral healthcare are great, yet we do have challenges. A national healthcare worker shortage, increased mental health needs post-pandemic, and increasingly lethal street drugs really need our attention. It is in partnership with individuals with lived experience, our talented workforce, private nonprofit providers, in coordination with our other sister state agencies that we can make a difference for a healthy Connecticut. By braiding services for individuals and families across the lifespan, diverting individuals from jail, thoughtfully transitioning individuals into the community, and providing supports to assist in keeping individuals stably housed, we will efficiently deliver whole person care and ensure individuals have access to adequate resources for a healthy life in the community. Our behavioral health system in Connecticut, I am proud to say, is one of the best in the country. It has been like that for several years, and I hope to keep it that way. Together, we will continue to strive for excellence in whole person healthcare with a sense of urgency, respect, and of course, kindness. My entire professional career in both private and public sector has been in service to individuals living with mental health and substance use conditions. Growing up in a working class family in the greater New Haven area, actually, many of my formative years spent in North Haven, Representative. My parents instilled the values of giving back to the community, helping the most vulnerable, and the virtue of public service. These core tenets fueled my commitment to advancing behavioral health as a young woman pursuing a degree in psychology. But more important, I think, than the credentials I bring to the table is that I come to this position and this opportunity to serve the state of Connecticut with a heartfelt desire to participate fully in advancing behavioral health care, the prevention of substance misuse, the promotion of early intervention with the goal of really ameliorating that trajectory of mental illness for future generations. This is a critical juncture for our state and our behavioral health system. I look forward to working hard each and every day to serve our clients and our state residents. I respectfully ask for your confirmation of my appointment so that I can build on the already great work that is happening at the agency. Thank you so very much, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner, thank you, and congratulations on your nomination. Just two quick questions, because you really answered my main one, which was around the opioid crisis that we have here in the state and in the country. But I think you really did a nice job in your testimony, kind of given the steps that the department has already taken to mitigate the situation, and I certainly appreciate it. So I won't ask too many questions on that. Somewhat related was a question surrounding mental health beds throughout the state. I know sometimes there has been some shortages of beds, individuals on waiting lists and things like that. In your opinion, are there enough beds to go around when it comes to that situation?
We have a front-facing website, so anyone could look to see how many openings we have across the system. We have over 1,000 beds for substance use and 1,000 beds for mental health. There's always movement in the system. On the addiction side, for example, there is always about 10% vacancy rate. So there is movement, and there is transparency that, as I said, is public facing. That being said, even if someone doesn't have a bed, first of all, that may not be the best level of care for them. We have transitioned our substance use continuum of care in partnership with DCF and DSS to follow ASAM, American Society of Addiction Medicine, criteria for levels of care, so that people are placed at the right level of care for the right amount of time. So I think that for addiction, for example, for opioids, folks can receive treatment on an outpatient basis. And if someone doesn't have a bed on the mental health side, then we are going to wrap services around that person. And having a state bed is not necessarily always the best discharge plan for someone. So we can also help keep someone safe and work on their treatment plan while they are in another hospital's care, for example, to transition them to the least restrictive environment or setting.
Thank you for that. And my next question, and I've asked this question to a few commissioners already who have staff that have to deal with really heart-wrenching situations, very emotional situations throughout, for example, DCF staff and things of that nature. And, I'm putting your staff right there as well. So I guess my question is, how does your department deal with your own mental health when it comes to stress and all that stuff?
So our department, like other departments, do have access to an EAP program. Folks, for example, in Whiting Forensic Hospital can raise their hand and say, I need a break. I need to move off this unit so that because this is really hard work and we're dealing with really difficult clients. So there's built-in ways on units and that folks can work with their managers to take a break, to get relief, to get support, and to get connected to services if that's what they need.
I appreciate that. And I have no other questions, so I will turn it over to my co-chairman, Chairman Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and thank you for waiting all morning. I will be brief and with the understanding that you have not had lunch yet. So I just, first of all, just wanted to thank you for your work. This is an incredibly difficult job. A lot of it comes down to resources, and you're only as good as the resources that you receive either from the legislature or the federal government. And it's, you're juggling probably many things at the same time, almost like DCF. It's not an easy job, and it certainly is appreciated by me, and I'm sure many folks here. I know you've been down to Norwalk and you used to work down there. I was reminded just a second ago. So we appreciate all that you've done there. Can you just talk a little bit about, we did last year, and we've had a number of different bills that finally talked about mental health. We've talked about it a lot over the years. We've done some things, and I think last year there was the opening to do some major reforms, thanks to all of our caucuses working together. And we had Senate Bill 1, Senate Bill 2, House Bill 5001, which put a lot of resources into mental health, but it was a start, not an end. And this year we're doing the same thing with some of our bills. One of the things I learned, because I can say, as Representative Godfrey said, we're generalists, but was that mental health is really an issue that is so siloed, but it's been siloed on purpose because people don't like to talk about mental health. And so whether it's somebody who practices, who like say a child who goes to a therapist outside of school, that the school is really never notified of those kinds of things, unlike say a child who comes in with a broken arm. It's a little more, you could see that, and there may be a different level of care from a nurse than somebody who comes in with a mental concern. So I guess a question I have for you is just what can we do more to break down the silos that really have been there for years and have been set up because of the fact of people don't want to talk about mental health? And what can we do, I think, to change that based on maybe what we've done last year and maybe what we can do in the future?
Thank you so much for your questions, and thank you for your support as a provider in Norwalk. You were there to really advocate for mental health and addiction services. So thank you. A priority of mine has always been integration. I spent many years at an FQHC in New Haven, so that also helped me think about the continuum of care and think about how behavioral health can be integrated into primary care and how primary care can be integrated into behavioral health. All of that decreases stigma. Also, post-COVID, what I've noticed is that, and one of the other commissioners mentioned a silver lining. A silver lining for us has been that people are talking about mental health. People are talking about addiction. It really presented a platform for folks to say, folks have been isolated. We're juggling new ways of working, new ways of schooling our kids, and it's causing different problems. And we really need behavioral health services. We need behavioral health services in schools. We need to support the infrastructure of the providers that are already in the community doing this work. Many of our providers actually offer the spectrum of care. So both substance use, mental health, and primary care under the same roof. And I think that is a wonderful model, as you could hear in my testimony. Also bringing up programs such as the Access program for moms, where we're lending a hand to a primary care provider or to a provider that is an OB who may not know anything about how to treat substance use in a pregnant woman or someone who's postpartum who may not be feeling at her best, and how to connect that person to services. So that it is a focus of mine. I think it's very important. And I think by approaching things from an integrated stance, that is another way to decrease stigma.
Thank you very much. Again, thanks for all your work. Congratulations on your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for stepping up and serve such a very, I think, difficult job and agency. I look at mental health that leads to so many bad things. Your life is, sometimes in turmoil, but it leads to many times, and tell me if I'm wrong, to addiction, to alcohol or drugs. I've seen it firsthand, and it seems like it's more prevalent now than ever, or we're just more aware of it now, which awareness is a good thing. So you, as the new commissioner, will your agency, obviously you need a healthy agency like Chairman Concepcion mentioned, but to reach out to either providers or schools. I'm not sure how it's going to work, but we do need more awareness and more coverage from our insurance industry, I think, for mental health. So
thank you for that. Thank you for your comments. Last year, we did get ARPA funds to do a public awareness campaign. So that is in process. We have several different campaigns. People may not always know that it's Demas behind it. We want to make sure that we are doing our prevention and health promotion to the general public. So to educate folks in communities and parents before there's a problem, right? If we can teach people what the tools are and teach parents how to talk to their kids, that definitely is in the scope of what Demas does to address stigma and to have parents start having those conversations with their children.
Thank you. How is the staffing at the facilities, Connecticut Valley or Whiting? Or I think we're Connecticut Valley, the state owns quite a bit of property, and I can never understand why we don't build more facilities for rooms and coverage for care. So the staffing and then more beds and coverage. I don't think we have enough beds personally. That's my view.
So at our main campus, CVH and Whiting Forensic Hospital are both on that campus in Middletown. Staffing has definitely been a problem. It was, I would say we are in a much better place right now than we were a year ago, but it doesn't mean that the problem is solved. Our staff are still working multiple shifts and at times being mandated. That being said, I think we're on the side of recruiting now more folks than our attrition, our level of attrition. So that's a good thing. Working with DAS, they've been a great partner in doing a very visible ad campaign. You've probably seen it, to recruit state workers across different agencies, including the very hard to recruit healthcare workers. For us, that includes the hardest to recruit are docs, nurses, and social workers. So we've made some progress. We brought on about 200 people since July. That's wonderful news. It's taking some of the pressure off. We've explored a lot of different ways of doing business. We've brought in licensed professional counselors, LPNs, licensed marriage and family therapists. So we're being a little bit more flexible and diverse in our recruitment strategies, and to make sure that our units are safe.
Thank you. What do you think are the biggest roadblocks for your agency or for, I guess, people in general when it comes to mental health and addiction?
In
It's a
terms
really,
of
really
asking,
broad question. Well, the roadblocks for your agency, either being us as legislators, or the public in general, or the insurance industry, or providers. I mean, it's not a perfect situation, but there's got to be some roadblocks, and so we can hopefully help you.
we are actually quite lucky in Connecticut. Our public health system is very robust. Folks that are on Medicaid entitlements really have access to a wide range of mental health and substance use services. So I don't see the barriers being there. There may be more barriers on the commercial side, which is not the Demas space per se.
Okay.
But I think the legislature has always been very generous with us. Some of the programs that were put in last year, for example, around mobile crisis,
Right.
were extremely helpful. I mean, that's going to help all the way around. It's access through one number, whether it's 211 or 988, depending on what information you need, can directly connect you to resources. You don't have to remember a bunch of numbers. It's the same on the
Right.
child side. So through DCF, they also use 211 and 988. And we can triage those calls and immediately get help to someone if that's what they need in the moment.
Thank you. A couple more questions. Will you meet with the other the other agencies, like, Department of Social Services, or any of the other agencies that are Department of Public Health that are important, to have this be on the same page when it comes, because you do overlap in some ways?
We do. And we meet all the time. So if you look at my calendar, if you look at the calendar of my staff, we are very collaborative, as I mentioned in my testimony. For example, DOC, going back several years when I was deputy commissioner, and even before that, bringing up medication assisted treatment as the content experts, it was very important for us to be at the table with DOC to help bring up those services within the jails. First it was in the jails and then the prisons. meet every week with DCF, co-chair the Alcohol and Drug Policy Council with Commissioner Durantes, who's a wonderful partner because of our system. Together, we provide lifespan services between the two departments.
Right.
Our Pregnant and Parenting Women's program is actually modeled off a program that was started by DCF. We share the same ASO, Beacon. And so the work that we do together intersects all the time. DOH, Department of Housing. We have a small housing department that intersects with DOH, again, on a weekly basis.
Thank you. And one last question. Will you work with the Department of Public Health for service announcement? You know, we passed the marijuana bill and it's, you know, it's for all adults 21 or older, but unfortunately kids are going to dabble in it or try it. I don't want to use the word dabble. I'm sorry about that, but try it. And that many times leads to alcohol. Will you do any public service announcements? And
We have something that is coming out now. It's been launched. It's called BeInTheKnow.org. So it has a lot of great information about resources, about safe storage for adults
Yeah.
to store away from children, and also about pregnant and parenting women, and about kids under the age of 25 and developing brains. And while it might be okay for adults, it's not okay for children. So some very basic messages, just to your point.
all right, thank you. I live in North Haven. You're in Hamden, so I know
Yes.
Hamden well.
And I grew up in North Haven,
Whereabouts? You might
right behind St. Barnabas Church in the center of town.
I grew up in Roberta Road off of Blakesley Pool. That's
Mhm.
why I went to that church. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, no worries at all. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair. Thank you. I wish you the best and hopefully, you know, we have to do our job too.
That's right.
Thank you.
Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank
So
you.
I see that you graduated from Sacred Heart Academy. You were valedictorian of your class. That's
I
the
did.
sister school of my high school, Notre Dame of West Haven.
Oh, okay.
So to many mixers and events up there in Benham Street over the years. But one of the things I would like to ask you about is clearly over the last 50 years or so, there's been a deinstitutionalization movement pointed to primarily by the fact that we now only have two institutions of for residential care. We have where we had several before, and some have closed. And now the model is to try to treat people in the community and maintaining them on medications and all of that. Sometimes that works relatively well. Sometimes it does not. And when it does not, very often it results in an encounter with the police. And we have a significant number of people in our criminal justice system and in our correction system whose fundamental problem, the basis for their criminal conduct, is a mental health issue. I know it's estimated that about 25% of the people who are incarcerated have a moderate to severe mental health problem. And so that in fact, some time ago, I believe Commissioner Lance, earlier corrections commissioner, was advancing the plan to convert Garner into a primarily mental health facility, almost creating an in correction system mental health facility, sort of like what the others used to be in for Connecticut Valley and other places, and have one within the correction system. So if you would talk a little bit about the overview about how is the whole system working out, about people managing on their medications in the community. And again, we hear from our police all the time. In fact, the New Haven Police they've incorporated into their training for years, having the police interact with people at homeless shelters and soup kitchens, so that many of them are people with mental health problems. So hoping that would de-escalate the situation, so that the first time they meet this person, it won't be in a confrontation on the street, but will have been in the more the neutral and non-threatening situation of having served them lunch at a soup kitchen or talk with them at a shelter where they're residing. Just and in connection with that, there have been some suggestions over time, as some other states have done, to allow for some coercive measures about mandatory involuntary commitments of people who are unwilling to stay on their drug regimen. And just your thoughts on that whole process about trying to do on a community basis what we used to do on an institutional basis.
Sure. So we have a lot more resources today than all those years ago when all of those hospitals were open. Just last year, there are additional dollars allocated to us called discharge dollars. So to help folks transition into the community, and that looks different for everybody. So for some folks, it's outpatient treatment, but for others, we bring up residents. We support people in existing apartments, wrap services around them. So depending on the need of the person, we can develop something specifically for them. Everything is very individualized. So those resources have increased over the years, and we definitely appreciate that. In some place like New Haven, we have a team of outreach workers that go to the green, go work with it emanates out of CMHC. So they're the hub. They are the local mental health authority in New Haven. They work with other providers like BH Care, Yale Behavioral Health, to provide not only mobile crisis services, also intersect with the new team that's being brought up in New Haven, the Compass program, the folks that are working with the police to divert from 911 or to have a low threshold engagement with people like you're talking about on a daily basis, so that if things do escalate, that relationship is already established, and working in collaboration. So through the Community Services Administration in New Haven, there's a good collaboration with our team of professionals through the state operated and the PMPs that we work with, including Columbus House. We brought up in New Haven after the K2 poisonings on the green, we brought up what's called street psychiatry. And so we have a psychiatrist with very special interests in community psychiatry who goes out to meet people who ordinarily wouldn't show up for an appointment or come through our door. But if we meet them and establish the relationship out in the community, again, the hope is that with partners like Cornell Scott Hill Health Center, Columbus House, and others, we can eventually bring that person into services, get them housed, and have them be more stable. The department has not supported something like outpatient commitment. There's not a whole lot of research to support it. There's actually more research to support voluntary engagement and services.
Good. Thank you for that, because it is an ongoing problem. And I know that my law partner was the former probate judge in New Haven, said he spent a significant part of his time being called to conduct hearings either at Yale Psychiatric Institute or at Connecticut Mental Health on hearings about somebody who is judged to be rather acutely mentally ill, but is not in a position to either consent or not consent to treatment, and no family member or anyone else is around to be involved. So he winds up having to appoint an attorney for the person and conduct a hearing on what appropriate treatment might be. And that was something that went on and on over and over and over. And I think as a corollary of that question, I appreciate the work and outreach that you've been doing in New Haven and other communities to deal with these acute situations. One other question is the issue of insurance coverage for mental health services, and your view of that. A few years ago, we had a press conference. We had a bill that was going to create parity in mental health services. We even had a press conference on that bill with former Congressman Patrick Kennedy was here for it and celebrated that bill. But our understanding is that there's still a significant gap in insurance coverage for mental health services. If you would talk a little bit about that, and also the willingness of medical providers to treat people under the coverages that are available now, or on Medicaid or other forms of insurance.
Thank you for the question. So in my experience with the underinsured and the Medicaid insured, as I said before, our system is very robust, and we do have over 175 community partners that just under DEMIS funding that are willing to serve individuals on this insurance. And there are plenty of practitioners outside of that cohort as well. So DEMIS is just one section of the entire behavioral health community, in addition to FQHCs who all take Medicaid insurance, public insurance. So I think that access for folks in on Medicaid in Connecticut is good for behavioral health. I can't speak to the commercial side, but in terms of public service, we have a wide range of services available for people.
Good. Well, thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you for your willingness to serve us in this important capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Summers.
Yes, good afternoon and congratulations on your nomination. I just wanted to ask you a few things and just comment that I think you are a very good fit for this position. You have the experience and it's been a joy to work with you over the past couple of years on public health and the work that you've done to everything from what we've experienced at Whiting to dealing with the opiate crisis that we have. Your staff has been amazing. I know we still have a lot of work to do, but I wanted to just see if you could speak a little bit to some of the programs we passed last year. We have a tendency in the legislature to want to pass a bill every year on a certain subject. I'm going to pick opiates. We have to have an opiate bill every year, but sometimes we don't allow the programs that we passed in the previous year to even have an opportunity to sort of get off the floor before we're making changes or adding new ones. So could you please just talk to a little bit about the Navigator program and where we are so people listening would understand that that is, in process, but hasn't really had an opportunity to, really see how it's doing or collect any data on it at this point. I think that's important. And also if you could speak to the committee that is set up to look at the PSRB at Whiting, where they are and the fact that they've met, because I don't think that many people watching or on this committee may be aware. And I think that's important. You guys have done an amazing job.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Senator. So I'll speak to I'll give the example of some of the ARPA programs that were passed last year that are in play. So Demas did receive funds for wage increases for private nonprofits, as well as for facilities improvements related to COVID, that some of those dollars are out there. We did, of course, get the mobile crisis dollars and case management dollars to help people transition into outpatient treatment. And that is in play, and providers are expanding their teams. One thing there that is, someone asked about stumbling blocks, really is the workforce. So recruiting folks for second and third shift is always very difficult. We were given dollars to expand forensic respite. So speaking to providing services in the community and not taking hospital beds that don't need to be used for restoration to competency, we're able to do that in the community instead of sending someone to Whiting to be restored. And it doesn't take up a bed, and it's probably much better for the person to receive those services in the community. Public awareness campaign that I mentioned. So that affects both mental health and substance use, including opioids. We have our ongoing Live Loud campaign and Change the Script campaign. So there are different campaigns out there. One really focused on prescription drug misuse and things like drug take-back days, another on harm reduction, using safely, and getting connected to resources. Also received dollars for housing support to match those dollars with some of the money and housing resources through DOH. That some of that money is out there. We are in the process now of putting together the Navigator program, to your point, Senator Summers. So that will be coming out soon. We have other RFPs, won't go into detail, so that people can apply to the RFPs on peer support services in different configurations. So that is happening. The PSRB committee, they have met twice. From my office, Dr. Norco is doing that, chairing that committee for me. And from what I hear, so everything is posted online. From what I hear, it's been actually very productive. People are having important conversations about things like transferring clients from one building to the other, and the ways to improve the PSRB, if there are any ways to do that. We have people with lived experience. We have victims that are speaking on behalf of folks that have been victims of people that are now on the PSRB. So it's a pretty diverse group, and I think it's going to be a productive discussion. I think I hit all of your questions, Senator.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, one last question I do have. Check my notes before you go. There's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
There is not.
Wonderful. Commissioner, congratulations. Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much for sticking with us
Thank you.
today.
Thank you so much.
All right. Last but certainly not least, we have the fourth item on our agenda, which is a House resolution for review. This is the reappointment of Mark Bowen as Commissioner of Revenue Services. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to be here today, and thank you for having me.
Absolutely. If you can do me a favor and raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful, Commissioner. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I know the hour's late, and you all have spent a long day listening to some really fantastic work going on in the state of Connecticut. I appreciate your due diligence and the hard work that you do each and every day to ensure that the best possible services are issued to our residents of our state. I have testimony that's on file. But more importantly, I thought I would spend about what little time I have on the 47 different tax types that we have with a PowerPoint. That'll be about 2 hours with that. Just kidding. But all sincerity, we had a very successful 2 years since I've last been before this committee. We have worked effectively with the legislature, with the governor's office, with all of our strategic partners, OPM, DECD, the entire team, to deliver what we think is best in class service in terms of taxpayer service to our residents. Last year alone, we initiated and helped and facilitate payments, 4 different sets of payments for COVID recovery, including the expansion of the Connecticut's earned income tax credit, which we mailed checks to about $34 million worth of checks to hundreds of thousands of residents, as well as a child tax rebate program where we mailed up to $750 to each family. This helped also approximately 225 families. And I mention that because it's not often that we get to give money out. Usually we're collecting money. It's a tough job. Sometimes I'm not the most popular person, the nicest person, but not the most popular person in the room. But you know, I have a responsibility to you, to the governor's office, and ultimately to our taxpayers to do the best job we can. So it was really interesting and fascinating to participate in those programs, and certainly we appreciate you considering us to do that. Ultimately, we are working on some new things for the agency. I mentioned 2 years ago, we had just started scoping out our revenue analytics and forecasting unit, which will provide for you real-time data that you'll be able to use in making your decisions along with OPM and with the Office of the Governor. It'll help us look at what states are doing, not just now, but in the future, allow us to understand where taxes and tax policy is headed in the next 10 to 20 years, and give you a real clean snapshot at that moment of what our revenues look like and what we expect to see over the next, say, 12 months. It's something I'm excited about. It's based on data. It's boring, but some other states have adopted this model. And the other benefit to it is allows us to work closely with other states without sharing our data, but understanding what trends that they're seeing within their state to share with OPM and the team there, as well as the governor's office. There are other things that we're working on. I just want to say I'm excited to do this job. I love what I do. It's fun. You all make it fun. The governor has done, I think, an outstanding job, and I enjoy working for him, and certainly am honored to be in this position.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I promise this is not because you're last and my back hurts already, but I really don't have a lot of questions. I'm on finance, and you and your staff last Friday gave a really great overview on where you guys are. So a lot of those questions were answered for me on that point. Just for the sake of asking a question though, on staffing issues, because you mentioned it a little bit, you know, where is your department on staffing, and did your department get hurt on the attrition side?
You know, we did. You know, from the silver tsunami, if you will, the retirement program that happened last summer. we saw about 130 employees that left the department. And we have been backfilling those as needed, but also looking at our operations, looking at this as an opportunity to get a little bit smarter about what we do. And you know, particularly with our modernization effort with CTAX through the MyConnect portal, we may not need as many employees in certain areas. And then maybe can we redeploy those positions to things like new auditors, new folks that can go out there and do enforcement actions and activities. And we've begun to hire up that team. We just hired a new chief. We fired some new enforcement officers that are, as you know, certified police officers. We learned that last week. In addition to that, we have gotten new staff allocated for marijuana, cannabis, as well as some of the other new taxes, the highway use fee, for example. So I feel that we're right-sized because we're embracing technology and being able to do things a little smarter. And the department has been really good at making the evolution. Now, if you gave me 10 more auditors, can I give you a revenue lift? Yes. But can I do it with 20 or 30? No. So there's a law of diminishing returns on those positions.
Appreciate that. I give your department as well as DMV a lot of credit for kind of using the technology over the last few years to make things a lot easier for the residents of this state. So with that, I will turn it over to my co-chairman, Chairman Duff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good to see you. Yeah. How come I keep getting things in the mail with your name on it?
I hope they're checks. I don't know.
Yeah, not checks.
Sorry.
Not checks. Anyway, good to see you, and thanks for being back here for your work so far. I just took a few questions as my co-chair talked about technology and you talked about it as well. How are we faring from a tax collection standpoint? Do you feel that we are, you know, like I'm sure when you were mayor of Danbury, your tax collector said, oh, we're getting 97% of our taxes. How are we doing in the state of Connecticut? And are there places that we can improve either through technology staff or some other means?
Yeah, look, I think we do a great job. We've got a very experienced team. In fact, our senior team average is about 28, 29 years in the department. So they know Title 12 and they know it inside and out. So I think we do something all of us can be proud of, which is we try to collect every last nickel that's due to the taxpayers of the state. I will say that there are always challenges. There are challenges in all types of economies. And we are working on those, in particular with small businesses struggle with things like sales and use tax, not because they don't want to pay it. One of the things I found as mayor, you mentioned that, is that people like to pay their taxes. Well, they want to pay their taxes. They don't necessarily like it, right? But they will do it. Connecticut residents are really good about writing us a check. Sometimes they don't know they have to, and they don't know how to do that, or how do I file, or how do I get into the system? So we're doing a lot of outreach now, including with people that are dual language, to work with people to develop their tax payment schedule, to understand that we know that's a struggle for small business, and we want you to be compliant and to keep you in business and hopefully see you grow and add more employees. So we see that as an area that we'll continue to work on. In terms of our residents, I can tell you that they are really good about filing their returns. There's always a tax gap that we call exists in every state. In Connecticut, it's probably in the high 20s, meaning that people aren't paying their full liability of what they owe the state, whether it be they're not paying their full sales tax remittance or their personal income tax. But in general, I'm proud of Connecticut residents. They may not like it, but they will come in and pay their taxes.
Good, thank you very much for that. I guess I just want to also, I kind of just lost my train of thought here for a second on that, but a little bit, I guess, on what's happening in with us, with New York and kind of being a donor state, especially post-COVID. Any thoughts on that from a policy standpoint? We had that lawsuit that came out of New Hampshire, the Supreme Court did not look at, or did not favorably look at for us versus Massachusetts. But do you think that's something that we should continue to look at? Could probably leave a lot of money on the table for folks who may not be going into New York any longer.
Yes, I think it's something that merits further inquiry by us. We are talking internally about potential resolutions, potential litigation. I don't want to divulge too much more than that. And we are working with the Attorney General's office. The governor has been very, very concerned about this. And there's a trade-off. There is definitely a loss. And New York is relentless, absolutely relentless at reaching across our border and trying to get people to pay them as well as pay us. But world of work has changed, as you mentioned. telework has become a thing, or hybrid situations become a thing for a lot of people. They are spending more time in Connecticut, and they owe us obviously our fair share of taxes here as well for using our roads, schools, bridges, and so forth. So ultimately, we'll have to see how that lands. It'll be a long litigation haul if it goes that route, but I think it's one worth fighting. I think the governor feels the same way.
Thank you. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot
What
of
it comes down to. Lastly, I just want to ask you, some of us got the tax data, how the sales tax is coming in, the income tax, things like that. And in your opinion, forecasting a little bit, what for estimates of finals or sales tax or withholding or other taxes that are out there, what is your view on kind of moving forward?
Well, the latest revenue forecast, consensus revenue forecast came out, and it shows us running about $1 billion surplus this year. I don't see any reason why to pull back on that right now. I would love to see April's and see where we are in terms of benchmarking us. But you also see a trend here, right? Last year, we ran a $4 billion surplus. This year, we're running $1 billion surplus. So this legislature has always been, I think, to its credit, deliberative and thoughtful in its tax policy and approach. You may not always agree with every decision made. People may not, but in general, there's a lot of thought that goes into what you all do. And so my only advice would be to caution you to be careful, be diligent, understand that I sat in your chair once and I would never want to go back and ask for a greater contribution from somebody after we already cut a tax. So let's just be careful with it and watch how the next 18 months play out. But I think this year will be very solid.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Most of my questions were already asked, but I do have a couple of questions. For one, the Highway Use Act, we just implemented it and so soon. Will you give a report as far as what we're collecting and what we anticipate to collect? And if there's any pushback from, say, out-of-staters?
So right now we registered just under 25,000 carriers from all over the United States of America and Canada. 87% of those carriers are outside of the state. Most people are used to this system, that the big carriers they understand the system and used to it. I have met with the Motor Transport Association multiple times to walk them through on our frequently asked questions page, how to report this. And there's still some confusion. We even have put on our website page a picture of which would fall under the fee and which wouldn't, which kind of vehicle, to help folks work their way through it. So I'm confident we'll be okay in terms of our collections, but understand that this is the first year of this program. I reserve the right to talk to Office of Governor and other folks that are involved in this process to say, we may want to adopt this system to be a little bit easier. I did see in some other states across the country, they're using an app, for example, for their drivers, so they can just punch in the miles they went in that particular state, and it reports directly into their version of DRS. Versus, right now, some carriers will have a log, some carriers will keep it at the office, some carriers will keep it in the truck. So there may be some things we can do to be more efficient at it, but people have been really good at just wanting to understand, okay, I want to use these roads. How do I use them, and how do I pay, and how do I do this? You may also want to look at frequency of payment, right? So if you're a small company and you don't rack up a lot of miles during the month, maybe you make it quarterly, if that works out. So there's a little bit less paperwork on folks.
So, excuse me, they'll have that option, and even like sales tax. Now, if you have a company that does a certain amount of business, you have to pay that every month. I have a retail business and I pay it every month. But people that do less business, I think they could pay quarterly.
Right.
So something similar. Last year in the budget, we did something, we provided you a system for data analytics. How is that working out?
Well, it's going good. We have been hiring up for that division. We are asking for more information per the legislature's permission on the current forms that'll be coming in starting now. And we want to be able to put together information for you. The questions that I get asked all the time. How many people are in the state? How many people are leaving the state? Where are they deriving their income from? These are questions that I think are going to be pertinent for the governor's office and for you to make decisions related to our economic future here in Connecticut. So we've started ramping up, asking those questions on the forms. They look a little different this year, and you may get some calls about that, but it's all because we're trying to provide as much real-time data to you as possible. Next year, we're going to ask more questions on the form. Again, trying to understand where folks are deriving their income from. because we want to be able to give you data that'll work. The department itself, we'll be interviewing shortly. We anticipate it being stood up by May or so, and we'll be able to start spitting out data to you and right at the end of the session. And then over the summer, we anticipate it really ramping up.
I appreciate that. I noticed the system is much better online now than it was even 5 years ago to navigate. And I mean, I could use it fairly well, but some people probably, if they can't, do they have options? Like, is there a number to call?
Yeah, we have
people have asked
we have a very robust hotline that's staffed with a human that can answer any question that you have. We'll mail the forms out to you if, we have some of our seniors that just don't want to use MyConnect. We get it. So if you have a constituent or somebody in your district, we'll even get them on the phone, help walk them through filling out the hard copy. And the only problem is with that is your refund takes a lot longer. It takes about 4 to 6 weeks for us to get your refund off of a paper copy. Whereas if you do it through MyConnect, I can drop in a refund in about 4 to 5 days. So that if they're willing to wait, we'll take the paper, and we're up to about 94% of digital filings. There's some people that are never going to migrate to that. We understand that.
Yeah. One last question. And the Wayfair decision that was passed by the Supreme Court, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, that's been a windfall for every state for the sales tax and for brick and mortar stores. You have any, I guess you must like that, obviously, because that's greater tax revenue for our state. Any comment on that, or?
Yeah, no, I think it's been.
I think it's great, personally.
Connecticut was ahead of the curve even before the Wayfair decision came out, but I will tell you, it's made life a lot easier for us. I'll also tell you, it protects bricks and mortar stores within Connecticut as well, right? So if you're going to order from Wayfair, and look, I bought stuff from Wayfair, but I paid Connecticut sales tax. Great. But you should also be able to go to your local bricks and mortar and not have them be undercut by the market. We also have done a lot of work with market facilitators. These are people that are a third party that provide stuff to, say, Amazon, to make sure that we're getting that they understand that they'll, at the final point of sale, they'll be charged a sales tax and they have to remit it. So it's been very successful. It's the biggest growth area in our sales tax, and it's something that has worked out well for us.
No, good. Well, I appreciate it. Anything we could do to help. And obviously you'll probably have suggestions for us. I mean, as either for more efficiency, things you need, or through your staff, and we're here for you, and we appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner. How are you?
Good, Senator Looney. Good to see you.
Good, good. First of all, I wanted to commend you on your reappointment, and it's always good to have somebody who has legislative experience in an executive position. So that I think we always understand each other better in that way. First of all, I wanted to commend your office. I was your legislative liaison. Ernie Adamo does a great job as a problem solver, getting information to us when we need it on behalf of our constituents, and helping to get through the thicket of issues that sometimes affect our constituents. So Ernie's a gem. So I just wanted to pass that along to you. Also, Commissioner, what is the status of last year? I guess we passed a bill on the tax incidence report. That's something very important to us in terms of getting information that's relevant to us and making policy decisions. And we changed the deadline for the next report to be this coming December, I believe. And is DRS on track to getting that to us, on time? Because that's something that's critically important to us in terms of policymaking.
Yes, actually, we've engaged a consultant that's working on this with us right now, as we did in the last one. Remember, we hadn't done one since 2014.
Right.
The legislature has given us authority again to gather more data and more direction on what they want to see in it, which has been helpful because the statute before was somewhat vague. And so I just tried to keep it to the statute as it was written, but it's been widened a little bit, which I think you're going to find more useful information as you deliberate over a lot of these decisions that you have to make. I expect us to be done on time because the one we just presented to you, which is I cite it all the time now, which I kind of like, will now overlay the top of this. We have, a foundation and infrastructure for the study, which you hadn't had before, and we'll build upon it with the data that we're collecting. So you should see it and end of December. I'm fully confident. Love to do, and we'll reach out to the chairs and to the Office of Governor to do another public information session. I found the last one to generate a lot of good general conversation. I think it's healthy for us to have those about tax policy strategy, who's impacted, how, and why.
It is, it's critical for us and it was a problem not having current information since 2014 and now it would be, if we can get this one on time by December, it will inform our decision making, next year. We have to do budget adjustments in 2024 and thereafter. Another question, I wonder if, has your office done any projections on the level of funding and the solvency of the special transportation fund going forward? Because particularly in the category that as more and more people start to purchase hybrid or electric vehicles, various incentives are being offered, and just people, once the technology develops to the point where they no longer have the range anxiety that they have now about being able to not get stranded with an electric vehicle somewhere, and the convenience of a fill up and being able to maybe reduce the time it takes to get a charge from what it is now, so that when people get to the point where they can recharge within the same time frame as when they go to a gas station. So I imagine there'll be at some point a boom in sales of electric vehicles, and that will certainly impact our special transportation fund. So do you have plans for that? Are you tracking that, or do you have a sense of when that might occur, when that major revenue stream will be significantly compromised?
Very much so. I'm dying for one of those Ford Lightning pickup trucks, but I do have range anxiety as well. So the other side of my job, being the infrastructure advisor for the governor, we're landing and planting chargers all over 91, 84, 95, and the Merit phase one of that program.
Right.
So with Deep. So we're excited about that. I would say to you that we're going to have to watch that very carefully. I have talked to other states, Oregon, Arizona, other states are rolling out various beta programs. I've even talked to the national, to the Federal Highway Administration about this, and it is a coming discussion that all states will have to have. The only way, though, this will work will be a national beta program, a national program first, because you don't want to drive from Connecticut to Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania taxes it one way, and Connecticut, uses a different roadway use charge differently. You'd like to be able to have everybody on the same page, much like IFTA does and other things. But it's going to have to be a discussion, I would say, within the next 5 to 10 years. Not right away, but it takes time to plan that, because you got to, you have to have conversations with the public. You have to understand what the technology is, how to use it, how to, do little things like get the odometer reading out. But people don't want to share that. So how do you do that? So there are ways to do it. It's been an interesting discussion. And I think ultimately at some point, we'll have that discussion here in Connecticut.
Good. And another thing, from time to time, the department has offered tax amnesty programs, as you know, and sometimes those have resulted in quite a bit of outstanding taxes being paid. And you said there are always some recalcitrant people who don't pay and may wait for an opportunity like that to try to get out from under their obligation at the minimum cost possible. Is anything like that in the offing, or maybe you wouldn't want to say because of the fact that people might hear that and wait for that opportunity to come before they pay? But what do you think about option in general as being used periodically as a way of trying to get at the percentage of those who have evaded payment up to that point?
Well, I will tell you this, that the last amnesty we did, we programmed about 45 million into the budget, and we did almost $200 million in amnesty. So that clearly shows to me there's a demand. You do run the danger, though, if you run them too many times, that people will save their penalties and try to get that waived. So it may not merit a discussion this year or next year, but at some point, it definitely has made a difference. We also have a substantial, and I think I've talked to you, Senator Looney, about the substantial aging that goes back to the 90s. And we're working on a study right now about a possible recommendation of how to rectify some of this. I think there's value in that aging, but it needs work, and we need to do our study first and our due diligence before we have anything ready for the team at the governor's office and OPM to look at. But you've directed me to do a study, and I'm doing it right now.
Great. One last question is on so many people obviously pay their bills by credit card, and the taxes are collected as part of that payment. So what is the experience? Is there any abuse of that going on by the credit card companies? Are they holding the float too long, or are you getting paid in a timely basis, or how is that whole process of credit payments working?
They've been good with us. I really haven't heard any concerns about it, either from our constituents or our staff that, we're being exploited here in any way. So it's something I will go back and check on though, per your question, just to make sure that that just because I haven't gotten feedback doesn't mean it's not happening. So I want to double check that.
Right. It just seems in general that the percentage of people who pay by cash is getting smaller and smaller all
It
the
is.
time. And there are people paying online, people paying using the credit card, the plastic in person. But it seems to me that more and more of our sales tax is being collected by virtue of credit card or by virtual payment. So in order for that to work well, you really have to have good faith compliance by all of the vendors who are collecting that tax on our behalf.
That's correct. Yeah. But I have to tell you, Senator Looney, though, nothing floors you more than seeing somebody write a personal check for $14 million.
Yeah.
It's a world I don't live in.
Right. Good. Well, thank you, Commissioner, again. Thanks for your good work.
Thanks.
Any other questions, comments from committee members? Let me just check Zoom. Seeing none. Commissioner, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Congratulations. Thanks again. And thanks for sticking with us in this long airing today.
Thank you.
I don't believe we have any public testimony, Wendy, right? All right. So with that, I will officially close the public hearing portion of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for, what's today? January 26th, 2023. And we'll just wait for Madam Clerk. All right. Well, with that, I'll officially call the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Tuesday, January 26th, 2023 to order. Before we get to the items, any comments? No comments? All right. So first item on the agenda, it's a Senate resolution confirming the reappointment of Andrew Mize of Wilton to be Insurance Commissioner. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made by Senator Looney, seconded by Chairman Duff. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Senator Looney,
Yes.
Senator Kelly,
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Senator Summers. That's your roll, sir.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Second item on the agenda is another Senate resolution, the appointment of Alexandra Dom of New Haven as the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made by Senator Looney, seconded by Chairman Duff. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Looney,
Yes.
Senator Kelly,
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Senator Summers. That's your roll.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Third item on the agenda is another Senate resolution, which is the reappointment of Nancy Navarrete of Hamden to be appointed as Commissioner of Mental Health and Addiction Services. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Motion made by Senator Looney, seconded by Chairman Duff. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Senator Looney,
Yes.
Senator Kelly,
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And before we get to the last item, we will leave votes open till 5 p.m. Today. With that, our last item on the agenda is a House resolution for the reappointment of Mark Boughton of Danbury to be Commissioner of Revenue Services. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Vaccarino. I will second it. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Representative Godfrey. Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative Arnone,
Representative Arnone votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Gresco, Representative Nuccio,
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
would you say that one more time, ma'am? I didn't get your face on camera.
Sorry. Representative Nuccio says yes,
Thank you.
votes yes, I'm sorry.
Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Vertigliano. Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as a reminder, we'll leave the votes open till 5 PM. So we will be in recess until then. Our next meeting is on Tuesday, the 31st, 10 o'clock, same room and
Correct.
Zoom option.
Yes.
So with that, we'll be in recess.
I'd like to vote if I could.
Yes, sir. I can take your votes.
I think it's just one, right? Because I'm in the house.
One moment while I get there. Mark Boughton to be reappointed as Commissioner of Revenue Services.
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy, are you still there? Hi.
Sorry, when I move my laptop, I need to put my headphones in.
No problem. No problem.
Let me just find my sheet here.
No problem.
Oh boy, what a day.
That was a long day.
They have all been so long, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And now we're holding up until 5 o'clock.
Wow, it's
So
long.
one person asked for it, so, okay. Andrew Mays of Wilton to be renominated as Commissioner of Insurance.
Summers votes yes.
Nancy Navarrete of Hamden to be reappointed as Commissioner of Mental Health and Addiction Services.
Summers votes yes.
And Alexandra Dom, I don't know how you say her name, Dom of
Yeah,
New Haven,
right.
to be Commissioner of DECD.
Summers votes yes.
Thank you so much. You're up
Thanks so much.
for the
Have a good
day.
night.
You too. I'll see you Tuesday.
Wendy. It's your conscience.
I'm here. Hang on. Just have to fix
Indeed.
my video.
This is your conscience.
I'm here.
How are you? Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
I only got one vote.
Just one, yeah. It's Mark Boughton for Commissioner of Revenue Services.
I vote yes. Representative Gresco votes yes.
You're all set then.
Thank you, Wendy. Thanks for waiting.
See you Tuesday.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, Wendy, you there?
Just 1 second. Hi there.
Wendy?
Okay, you have just one resolution.
Okay.
Mark Boughton of Danbury to be reappointed Commissioner of Revenue Services.
Oh, yes, thank you.
That's it.
All right.
You're done
Thank
for
you,
the day.
Wendy. Thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
bye.
Itself,
Okay.
I vote yes. How's that? You hung up on me. I cannot hear you. Are we good? I cannot hear you, but you're muted. Yeah, want me to call you back?
Okay, now we can hear each other.
All right.
Andrew Mays, we did. Nancy Navarrete for Demus
Yes,
and Alexandra Delm for
Yes.
PCD.
yes.
Awesome.
Okay, we're good?
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Wendy.
Okay.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Senator, how are you?
I'm good.
I see you. Can you hear me? Let me just unmute you here. I think you need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Okay. Andrew Mays of Wilton to be renominated as Commissioner of Insurance.
Yes.
Nancy Navarrete of Hamden to be reappointed as Commissioner of Demus.
Yes.
Alexandra Daum of New Haven to be Commissioner of DECD.
Yes.
That's it. I'm glad I was able to get you.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, I'm apologetic. Dorothy, we got to check with Wendy. They did 3 and I wasn't there for them. One was DECD. And I wanted to ask her about the money that we have.
Just
You
mute.
still there?
Yeah, just mute yourself. Because it's still recording. I don't want you to say anything on the meeting that you don't want to have broadcast.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll have to